All right, I believe we're live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna get up in the morning. I believe I'll dust my broom. I'm getting up soon in the morning. I believe I'll dust my broom. Quit the best gal I'm loving. Now my friends can get my room. I'm gonna write me a letter. Telephone every time I know. I'm gonna write me a letter. Telephone every time I know. I don't find a Mississippi. Find an Eastman, cause I know. I don't want no woman. Want every downtown man she meet. I don't want no woman. Want every downtown man she meet. She's a no good donor. They shouldn't allow her on the street. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. I quit the best gal I'm loving. Broke up my happy home. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing tonight? Let me get some background music started here. See who's in the house. Frank Morgendorfer says, hi, Ed. Thanks for the surprise session. Matt Evans says, I think Ed will outlive Elvis by probably 20 years. Sadly, he will still die on the toilet. Yeah, 42 today. It's the same age that Elvis was, you know. Frank says, Ed's a trooper. More power to him. Blues Rocker says, well, Ed's about to start. He's looking around, making sure he's got all his shit. We love you, Ed. Thank you for that, man. Maury says, happy birthday, Edward. Bears Den says, happy birthday. Matt Evans also. Thank y'all for that. Thank y'all for the birthday wishes. Mass Mofo says, jamming on time. Scrabble B says, let's go. Matt says, surprised you think your voice isn't powerful. It sounds loud as fuck in here. I mean, I don't project like some people do. I got kind of a, you know, kind of a clean voice and shit. Scrabblebee says, legit one of the best blues singers I've heard. Appreciate that. He says, you rule. Matt Evans says, nice shirt. Birthday shirt. I've had this a few years. I just never wore it, really. Let me cut the air on a second. It's hot as hell in here. Getting pretty shitty down here in the south with the heat and stuff. Yeah. It must have got close to 90 degrees today. I don't know. Do I have a lighter? I always lose my lighter. This piece of shit don't work. Okay, well. Blues Rocker says, funny story. I'm 56. Will be 57 on the 8th. Bought a moped, broke down 10 miles from home. Guy pulled me home with an ATV. Wiped out in my driveway. Can't hardly walk. Oh, shit. I'd probably get killed on a moped, man. I had friends who had them, like friends who got DUIs and had to ride one for a while. Scrabblebee says, just put on my cool shirt to record. Not as cool as your shirt. Appreciate it. Adam K says, nice to see you, Ed, watching from Kingsville, Ontario, Canada. I'm drinking a Caesar on the back porch. Never heard of a Caesar. Is that like a beer brand? Matt Evans says, I just discovered Doyle Bramhall. Fuck, his voice sounds just like SRV. Or I guess I should say Stevie Ray sounds like him. I'm going to have to check him out. Scrabble B says, much love, Canada. Mass Mofo says, two dead lighters held next to each other can usually get a flame. I'm going to have to go grab one. I'll be right back. Damn it. I'll run as quick as I can. All right, I'm back. Got the pink one that I stole from my mom. See, Scrabble B says, Mofo ain't wrong. Blues Rocker says, I live out in the country. I only want something to take me 3 miles to town a few times a week, buy some beer. Oh, okay, yeah. I had a buddy who got a DUI and he had to ride a moped for a while. And he would show up at my house on that damn moped, like carrying a damn case of beer with him. Julian says, like your birthday suit, Edward? Oh yeah, happy birthday. Well, birthday suit means something else, doesn't it? Adam K says, I got a pre-mixed Clamato Caesar from Mott's. It's Clamato, Tabasco sauce and vodka. I think it's a Canadian thing. I've heard of Clamato. But mixed with Tabasco sauce and vodka. Oh, you're just looking to have a bad morning, aren't you? The Blues Rocker says, Ed, do you know any other tunes from the Scotty Moore era? I might be able to do Good Rockin' Tonight. I know Blue Moon of Kentucky. I know That's All Right, Mama. Might do that in a second. Scrabble B says, never steal a pink lighter. That's why we buy them. LOL. Adam K says, we sometimes drink them for breakfast. Oh my God. Vodka and Tabasco sauce and Clamato juice. I don't know if I could do that. Matt Evans says, Doyle was one of Stevie Ray's early mentors. Jimmy Vaughn was in a band with him in high school. He wrote several of SRV's songs, including Dirty Pool and Life by the Drop. Okay, I didn't know that. I have to look that guy up. Scrabble B says, I always buy pink lighters so cool guys don't steal them. Hey, that's probably a good way to go. If nobody stole this one from me, I've had it a while. Julian says, since it's your birthday, maybe you should play some blues. Yeah, I'll play a little bit in just a second. Get this cigarette down. Matt Evans says, check out his solo album. I'll try that. All right. Matt Evans says, Ed, could you play your song, The Business? That's my request for tonight. I think I can do that. I think I can remember the lyrics I wrote to it. Sometimes I have trouble remembering my own lyrics. Scrabble B says, Adam, sounds fun. Blues Rocker says, Ed's got some nude guitar covers on his Patreon. Oh, shit. No. He's lying. He hides behind the guitar. Talk about some blues. Joking, Ed. Happy birthday. Lizard King J says, good morning, Edward. It's 9:40 a.m. here in Korea. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, got the Les Paul tonight. Julian Santaguita says, Scotty Moore's a good guitar player. What band was he in before joining Elvis and Bill Black? I'm not even sure. I think they just did a lot of session work at Sun Studios, you know. Vigar Olkek says, cheers, brother. Just joined. Looking forward to seeing some good blues. Happy birthday. Well, thank you very much, man. Scrabble B says, I have Ed's 98 firearms calendar. 98 or 98 Furman's calendar. Russell says, LOL, here's the difference. Elvis lived a lot of his life in his life. He lives so I'm going to have to live like 1,000 to probably match that guy. Great Bowls of Fire says, happy birthday, Ed. Thank you very much, man. Blues Rocker says, Doyle Bramhall was also the lead singer of Roger Waters on his In the Flesh tour album. Oh, okay. Damn. Scrabble B says, don't let Ed fool you. He's a stripper too. Fireman's calendar. I've never tried stripping. Can't dance. Matt Evans says, Lizard, are you in Yongsan? Yongsan, I lived in Seoul, Korea from 2001 to 2017. Not military, haha. Julian says, can't believe you're 42. Now wife's out of town. Yep. Just get a month to do whatever the hell I want. Russell's Honor says, shouldn't someone be playing for you on your B-Day or what, man? I don't know. I ain't got nobody who's playing I like around here. Like shit. DC says, happy birthday, Ed. It's Grant Green's birthday, too. Also D-Day. Anniversary of the Normandy invasion. DC says, happy birthday, Ed. It's great. Oh, I just read that. Scrabble B says, my jokes never land, but I love y'all. Blues Rocker says, Doyle sounded just like Gilmore on that tour. They also had Snowy White on that tour. Russell's Honor says, I have a Patreon live stream for you next birthday that does nothing but play video everyone made for you. Oh, that'd be cool. Scott Solomon says, happy birthday. Appreciate that, man. All right. Let's play some stuff here. Lord, she burning mad. Sleeping in the doghouse. Lord, she's giving the business. She giving the business. She giving the business. I come home. Lord, she burning mad. Sleeping in the doghouse. Lord, she giving the business. That one sounds good with a band. I wish I had a band with me to play that one. Let's see some early Elvis. Let me clean this guitar up a little bit. Put a little delay on it. That's alright, mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, mama. Just the way you do that. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Well, mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Then that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama, any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby, leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging down your door, and that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. I believe that might have been the first song he got out on record. Old Elvis there. Some early Sun Records stuff. Scotty Moore playing guitar. God damn it. Tangled up. Cut this air back on for a second. Scrabble B says, quit being so cool. I'll try. Russell's Honor says, he's pulling a Jerry Reed on us. Appreciate that, man. Matt says, sounds great even without the band. Oh, thank you, man. Russell's Honor says, shades of the Alabama Wild Man. LeSois Boutique says, happy birthday, Ed. Scrabble B says, I agree with Matt. Great Bowls of Fire says, woo. Russell's Honor says, very Buster B. Jones. Blues Rocker says, do you remember the first guitar you performed for people? And if you do, what was it? I don't really remember that. That'd be a tough one there. Russell's Honor says, in blue? Tangled up in blue? Oh, yeah, I was tangled up in cables, like guitar cables. Scrabble B says, tangled up in shoes is my life. He says, broken hand tying shoes is a Bob Dylan song. Mallory sends me $19.99 in a super chat. He says, sounding good, Ed. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. So if y'all feel like helping me out, you know, tipping me a little bit, it's kind of a busking thing I'm doing on here. So, yeah, shoot me some super chat money. I'd love that a lot. Or send me some birthday wishes, you know. Let's see. DZL Matias says, hey, Edward, pride and joy, please. I'll do that in just a second. All right. Blues Rocker says, ever heard the Alabama Shakes? I don't know if I've heard that one. Let's see if I can do pride and joy on a Gibson. With her, you see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, heart and soul. My baby's love won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. My pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Bit SRV there. DC sends me $19.99 in a super chat. He says, get down with your bad self, Ed. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for that, dude. LaSois says, Ed, that rocks. Appreciate it. Scrabble B says, Russell's dope. Great Bowls of Fire says, damn, Ed, I'm fucking fire, bro. Appreciate it. Blues Rocker says, no Hot Rod Lincoln. I don't know. Let me see if I can. I don't know the words to it, but maybe I could do it without fucking it up. Don't drive me to drink it if you don't stop driving that hot rod Lincoln. Start the background music here. Russell says, bro, it gets even gnarlier. Miss Moonshine's channel or Abby the Spoon Lady. There's so much talent in this world. It's dumb that we do anything but constantly jam. Scrabble B says, perfection of the riff. Love you, Edward. Appreciate that. Adam K says, Ed's guitar playing straight fire. Yeah, man. Appreciate it. LaSois says, Matt Evans, have you checked out his son? He's awesome. Diesel Matias says, thanks, Edward. You're amazing. Thank you very much. Magnetic Connection and Johnny B K20 says, this is so sweet. I need insulin. Appreciate it. Scrabble B says, get magnetic and apple. Blues Rocker says, what birthday shots are we having tonight? I got a few here. I'll bring those out in just a second. Russell's owner says, someone's happy to be alive. Wait. There's a Hot Rod Lincoln medley out there from the original dude. He's still alive and doing parties. Damn, I didn't know that. I think there was a Hot Rod Lincoln done back in the 50s, but the hit one that everybody's heard was from the 70s. I got the record somewhere. Scrabble B says, now that's picking. Appreciate it. Russell says, people that say you can't get twangs on a Les Paul haven't heard a Les Paul. You just got to put it in that middle position and use both pickups. It makes it sound a little bit like a Fender. Let's see, Russell says, LOL. Scrabble B says, Les and Mary Paul, thank you very much. Russell's owner says, saw a guy with a t-shirt that said Mary Ford was a badass yesterday. Now I need to find one of those. Blues Rocker says, badass playing on the Hot Rod Lincoln. Appreciate that. Russell says, Bill Kirchen did the Hot Rod Lincoln. All right. So here's what we got to drink tonight. Let me see here. I got some good old gentleman Jack Off here. The good Jack Daniels, not the old number 7. This stuff's like slightly better. And I've got some Glenlivet single malt scotch. It's called American Oak Selection, Founders Reserve. So y'all tell me, let's do a birthday shot here. So yeah, scotch or Jack. Get them votes in. Scrabble says, Corvette guitar, Dick Dale was kind of silly. Probably heard that one at some point. Julian Santaguida says, Hot Rod Lincoln, I never heard of that song before. Did different people write that song, Jack? Yeah, it is from the 50s, but some guy redid it in the 70s. Who's that? Bill Kirchen, and it was a hit back then. Scrabble B says, nothing wrong with Jack. LaSois Boutique says, Hot Rod Lincoln, I've heard Commander Cody and the Lost Planet Airmen's version. Matt Evans says, Ed, do you make a living mostly from playing gigs? I'm wondering if you're a dentist or a snake catcher during the day. Those hats don't buy themselves. Nah, just music, playing gigs, selling records, you know, doing these, you know, the channel and all that stuff. Live pretty lean. I'm not rich. Like, I'd probably make about the same amount like working in a fucking restaurant or something. But, yeah, let's see. A blues rocker says, rolling back the tone and setting the volume on the guitar around 7 or 8 is best for a Strat tone, but amps make the most difference in my opinion. Oh, yeah, this twangy amp I got here. It's a Fender Super Champ. Scrabblebees votes for Glenn, for the Glenn Levitt. Blues Rockers also says Scotch. Russell says, you know what I say, pour a shot of each, shoot the Jack now, sip the Glen during. Scrabblebee says Glen. Blues Rocker says Glen. So we got a couple of votes for the Scotch there. Swab Boutique says, check out David Inley's version of Mercury Blues. Have to look that up. Scrabblebee says, Dick Dale made a Corvette branded surfboard guitar. I didn't know that. I thought he always just played Strats. Damn. Blues Rocker says Commander Cody's the one I know. I believe that's the one that did it in the 70s. Scrabblebee says, cheers, brother. Commander Cody. Blues Rocker says, Scrabblebee says, if it was me, I'd save the Glen forever. But your riff deserved a Glen. All right, yeah, I'll do the Glen. Let me restart this this chat real quick. Get kind of glitchy. All right, here we go. Y'all are back now. Charlie Gableton says, happy birthday. What's up, man? Thank you for that very much. Adam K says, David Inley's the man. Plays so many instruments, but it's really good on dobro lap steel. The Blues Rocker says, Steve Miller did my favorite version of Mercury Blues. All right, let's do a shot here. So I believe Scotch won that one. The patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass right here. Oh shit, about to finish this stuff off. A little bit in there. Give me 1 second. Let me rearrange my screen a little bit here. There we go. All right. Cheers, y'all. L'chaim, salud, all that good stuff right down the hatch. Lowrider Rookie says, hey, Edward, greetings from the other side of the world. What's up, man? Fernando Astorga says, best blues channel I've ever seen. Congratulations. Appreciate that very much. Julian Santaguida says, if you can do some Robert Johnson for your birthday song, how about some Crossroad Blues? I might have to listen to Hot Rod Lincoln to see if it's a good song. It's a pretty good song. It's got some good guitar picking in it. All right, I'll do you some Robert Johnson. Brian McGuire sends me $4.99 on a super chat. He says, happy birthday, Ed. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. It's kind of like my tip bucket. All right, let's try some Robert Johnson here. Cut this AC off. He said Crossroads, right? Yeah. Gotta retune. Find a damn slide. All right. I went to the crossroads, there down on my knees. Ask the Lord above I may sin on. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroad, I tried to fuck it right. I went to the crossroad, I tried to fuck it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. No sweet woman, babe, yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. To my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down. That's some Jobbert Ronson right there. The Crossroad Blues. I've been to the purported crossroads in Clarksdale. Let me get the background music started. Lizard King sends me a bunch of like Korean hieroglyphics there. I can't read that, but Julian says Steve Miller does a lot of good songs. If you heard the song called Houndy by Eminem, it had the same beat from Abracadabra. I think Eminem sampled it. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, my sister played that one time. I was like, damn, that's Abracadabra. And James Laura says Voodoo Ranger IPA. I've seen that at the store a lot. I don't know if I've ever bought it. Matt Evans says Lizard, I understood today in Crossroads. Charlie says sounding oh so good. Appreciate that, man. Lizard says you can run, run, run. Matt Evans says oh and wow. Thank you, man. James Laura says time for a shot. I just took one. Must have joined us a little late. I might take one a little bit. Lizard King says, oh good, you know Korean words. Brian McGuire says, sounding pretty good tonight. Oh, appreciate it. Charlie says, wow, thank you, man. Some guy says Frank Miller was Abracadabra, I think. That's Steve Miller. James Laura says, it's good. Adam K says, I don't want to discount your hard work, but did you sell your soul at the crossroads? Your playing is out of this world. I just practiced a lot, really. Takes a while, you know. Brian McGuire says, Voodoo Ranger Imperial is one of my favorites. I don't think I've had that either. I've seen it for sale. Matt Evans says, do you play a lot of festivals? Yeah, there must be hundreds of them in the U.S. Yeah, I wish I could get into more festivals. Like, we got one around here called the Blind Willie McTell Festival. I spoke to a few people about that one time. It's booked by a committee. I'm playing the Peach Festival in Trenton, South Carolina. That'll be sometime this month, actually, like late this month. See, James Laura says, yes, Brian, let me grab me a brewski here. All right. Got me a Guinness Extra Stout here. Don't have a clean glass to drink it out of. I'm just gonna have to drink it out of the bottle like a damn dork or something. I like this better than draft Guinness. Like, it's got more flavor and a little more alcohol too. Charlie says, was looking for you today to sing happy birthday to you. Oh yeah. Might have to sing it to myself later. Julian says, was that the same place where Robert Johnson sold his soul? Is pronounced Houdini. Yeah, they got like a tourist spot in Clarksdale, like where Highway 49 crosses Highway 61. They call that the crossroads, and there's a big sign there, like Clarksdale, Mississippi. Matt Evans says, loads of small blues festivals here in the UK. I wish we had more here. James Laura says, sounds like fun. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, I made it to the show. Happy birthday, man, from me and mom. I appreciate that a lot, man. Brian McGuire says, like a heathen. James Laura says, I wanted extra stout, but 7-Eleven didn't have it. You know, we have no 7-Elevens in my town. Like, I didn't see one until I was like in my 30s and I was like traveling somewhere. Matt Evans says, do you find bookers want you to have a certain number of Instagram followers? I heard they just look at that now. Those silly fuckers. Same for comedians. Well, if they look at Facebook followers, I'm really screwed right now because I just had to restart my Facebook channel, so I've only got like 60 people on there now, something like that. Like, you know, it got locked out of my original one due to a hacking. So yeah, if y'all would do me a favor and you know, go down to the link below and you know, go to that Facebook page and like it and follow it and stuff if you're on Facebook. They do look at stuff like that, yeah. Don Wilson says, Hot Rod Lincoln, written 1955 by Charlie Ryan. Hey, my mom's a Ryan. Russell says, Dafu Jollibees. One just opened up here. Matt Evans says, oh shit, we should follow you on Facebook then. Yeah, y'all go to that Facebook link. Anybody who's a moderator in here, like, post that link in the chat if you can. Lizard King says, Clarksdale has become famous because of the movie Sinners. Okay, I never saw that movie. I mean, like, a lot of people were from Clarksdale. You know, Son House was from Clarksdale. Ike Turner was from there. A lot of old blues guys lived and worked there. Adam K says the folk festival was part of in my town would hire you in a second. This year has been canceled, but you might live too far away. I'm near Windsor, Ontario. Yeah, that's out there, right there. Out there in Canada. Russell says, try living in Halloween Town. I want to live in Halloween Town. That'd be fucking awesome. And Matt Evans leaves a Facebook link there to my Facebook page. Y'all be sure to like that. Thank you for that, Matt. Russell's Honor says, a lot of people took the last train to Clarksdale. Matt says, oh, looks like it didn't post as a link. Yeah, I don't see the line under it. Good old Guinness. Russell says, Adam K, I'd suggest Pickathon, but we're all the way over in Happy Valley, Oregon. It's probably farther to Oregon from here than it is to Canada. I'm pretty sure, or at least I'm told, that where I'm at is like closer to Canada than it is to some parts of Florida. Here in South Carolina. Blues Rocker says, who's your favorite 80s bands? I'm not a big fan of cock rock for sure. I tend to go for like the more the darker people, you know, like Judas Priest and Metallica and stuff like that. Now, I'm a big fan of Devo, like their like the album they had before, the really popular one. What Are We Not Men? We Are Devo. That record. Dr. Foster Music sends me $9.99 on a super chat. He says, happy birthday. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. I appreciate that a lot. Adam says, have you played Canada? No, never been to Canada. And he says, or Detroit. I'd like to go to Detroit one of these days. Julian says, maybe you should make your group chat private so you can protect it from scammers and hackers. I'm Canadian. I would like to travel sometime. I like to visit Sleepy Hollow in New York. You have to make it public so people will show up, you know. Sebastian says, sounds like you'd be in high demand here in Canada. Make the trip, brother. I might have to one of these days. You can grab a passport and get past Canadian customs and all that. Russell's Honor says, the Northwest String Summit out here in Horning's Hideout was awesome, but the panty killed it like Oregon Brewfest. Decades of tradition. Poof. Damn. Yeah, a lot of festivals like get screwed over by like legal stuff and all that, you know. Matt Evans says SRV is 80s. Yeah, he's 80. Yeah, right. He was kind of responsible for like a little blues revival in the 80s. Russell's Owner says, if you want to know what Canada's about, just listen to a bunch of Corb Lund. I have to check him out. I listen to a lot of Guess Who. I've endured Anne Murray. Adam K says there's a very good chance a house concert could be arranged that pays more than average. They still have those things? Remember they used to do house shows like with punk bands, like when I was younger and stuff. Blues Rocker says, do you like the Speak of the Devil album by Ozzy put out after Randy died? Yeah, that was a pretty good record. Oh yeah. Wasn't that live? Yeah. Matt Evans says, are you able to travel for weeks or months at a time, or do you need to be near home? You know, like it's a money type of thing, you know, like playing out. The farther away you travel, the more money you lose, or the more you have to charge, right? Adam K says, agree about Corb Lund. Adam K says, we have those concerts here in Windsor area. Dr. Foster Music says, finally was able to catch one of these live. Thanks for accepting my Facebook friend request. Cheers, Cooch. Blues Rocker says, did Hubert Sumlin write the guitar part to the Killing Floor? He probably did. I mean, it was written by Willie Dixon. He probably wrote the guitar riff. Adam K says, we got people that have Detroit and Toronto gigs. Yeah, most of the stuff I do is like in Georgia and Carolina. Have played out in Mississippi. Lost money on that one. Russell says, as an American, I've noticed from live streams that shows are pretty old school for the most part in Canada. Could be a nice bar, hotel, could be a barn. I haven't seen any of those. Russell says a lot of basement bar type shows. Blues Rocker says, Howlin' Wolf was one big ass dude. Yeah, he was like 6'5" apparently, and he could sing so loud you could hear him across the room without a mic. Julian says, I would, but my passport's about to expire. I might have to get it renewed. If it was at Sleepy Hollow, I'd like to visit the graveyard of the legend of the Headless Horseman. Matt Evans says, I have to go. Thanks for the stream. Enjoy your birthday, Ed. All right, see you later, Matt Evans. You have a good one. Adam K says, yes, they are, but top-notch sound equipment in Canada. One thing I noticed out in Mississippi and Memphis and that kind of area, and Nashville too, most of the bars you visit out there that have live music, they'll actually have a drum set and the fucking bass cabinet there on the stage, so you don't really have to bring much equipment, just guitars and a few amps, and they have sound men. Like, you play a bar around here, you're going to have to bring a PA and set up all your own shit. Adam K says, yes, they are, but I just read that. James Laura says, happy birthday. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, know any Howlin' Wolf tunes? Yeah, we'll play one of those in just a second. Russell Zonner says, sorry about that. I've seen enough footage to just stop because watching Howlin' Wolf live is almost literally like watching the devil sing. Brother is ominous as fuck. Russell says, made of portent. Blues Rocker says, I think Howlin' Wolf had a lot of tunes that could have made it into hard rock tunes. But yeah, like Led Zeppelin lifted one or two from him. Like, you know, that how many more times? He had a song called How Many More Years. All right, Howlin' Wolf. Everybody know little red rooster's on the prowl. See my little red rooster, please bring him home. Well, if you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. Got everything in the barnyard, I'm saying he been gone. Some Howlin' Wolf, written by Willie Dixon. I believe the Rolling Stones covered that one. Russell says, who even did Killing Floor first? That was Howlin' Wolf. Pretty sure. Awesome says, just left Steve Cutler's site. Perfect timing. What's up, man? Russell says, Zakk Wylde, Pride and Glory did a great cover of In My Time of Dying. After hear that, I saw Zakk Wylde the other night. Playing with Pantera. Blues Rocker says, hit the like button. Yeah, y'all do that. It helps me in the algorithm. Hit the like button. Subscribe. I got about 80 people to go before I got 40,000 subscribers. Russell Zoner says, the original recording of Evil by Howlin' Wolf's one of my metal benchmarks. That was a badass song right there. Need to learn that one. Julian says, there's something you probably not know about me. I grew up in the urban legend and American folklore. My favorite American urban legend is the wreck of the old 97. I can probably do that one in a second. Yeah, wreck of the old 97, probably the first country hit ever. It came out in the 20s. It's probably the first country song to sell over 1 million copies. Nellie Moriarty says, another year to celebrate love and life. May you have many more years. How about some Jeff Healey? I'd have to learn some Jeff Healey. But I appreciate that, man. Sebastian says, sounding awesome, man. Cool, appreciate it. Marco says, Grateful Dead covered it too. The Little Red Rooster. Blues Rocker says, Red House in the style of Robert Johnson was a badass cover you came out with. Yeah, I might do that one a little bit later. Marco says, Red Rooster, that is awesome. Says, Metallica played here today at Raymond James Stadium, playing Sunday too. Yeah, that was a pretty good show the other night. You know, then the nosebleeds. I've got like a famous, fear of heights and stuff, so I'm sitting there the whole time going like, oh shit. Like at the top of a stadium, I had to drink a couple of beers to get comfortable in my seat. Martian Murray sends me $9.99. He says, happy birthday. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Let's try a wreck of the old 97. Been a while since I've done it. Let's see if I can fuck it up real good for y'all.
You must put her in Spencer on time. He turned to his black greasy fireman and said, just shovel in a little more coal. And when we cross that great white mountain, you can watch old 97 roll. There's a line on a 3-mile grade. It was on that grade that he lost his air brakes. You should see what a jump he made. He was going down that grade making 90 miles an hour when the whistle broke into a scream. And when they found him, his hand was on the throttle. He was scalded to death by the steam. Take warning, listen now and learn. Never speak harsh words about a true loving husband. He may leave you and never return.
Slightly out of tune, but I brought a tuner. Let me use a tuner, possibly for the first time on this show. Oh, flat, okay. Riveting entertainment here. Red House in the style of Robert Johnson. One I did on this channel a few months back.
There's a red house over yonder. That's where my baby stays. There's a red house over yonder. Lord, that's where my baby stays. Ain't been home to see my baby 99 and 1/2 days. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Lord, this key won't unlock this door. Something wrong, yeah. Lord, this key won't unlock this door. I got a bad feeling my baby don't love me no more. Think I'll go back over yonder, way back on across the hill. Well, I think I'll go back over yonder, way back on across the hill. My baby don't love me no more. I know her sister will.
Red House in the style of Robert Johnson. Y'all can find that on my channel from a few months ago. Get the music started here. All right. Alan Thomas says, evening all. Tim O'Connor says, LOL, I can hear my guitar out of tune, but I can't tune by ear. Tim O'Connor says, happy name day. Appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, I always have to fine tune after using a tuner to dial in the intonation of the guitar. Sometimes you have to, sometimes a tuner will lie to you a little bit. Ogma says, happy birthday, Ed. What's up, man? Appreciate that. And Marco says, Ed uses the best chords you won't see elsewhere. Yeah, a lot of jazzy type of stuff, you know, they used to use in blues back in those days. A lot of sevenths and shit like that. Kitten77 says, remembering D-Day. Yeah, today's D-Day. And my birthday. Not sure which one's more important, but not. yeah. Of course, D-Day is the anniversary of the invasion of Normandy, when we opened up a second front in Europe against the Nazis and stuff. Let's see. Julian says, "Wow, Red House is a good Robert Johnson masterpiece song. I like it when it sounds." And the Devil Blues, are they the same guitar intros? He recycled a lot of stuff. He used a lot of the same intros on a lot of things. But yeah, Me and the Devil, like, yeah, I play it kind of similar to Me and the Devil blues. Dr. Pop says, I know not why, but I know all the words to Red House. I guess I was brung up right. Happy B-Days, celebrate D-Day. Yeah, I've known the words to Red House for a long time. I got into Jimi Hendrix, like, way back. Probably one of the first blues songs I played in front of people. Sebastian says, sounded mint. Appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, when did you start getting into rockabilly? Pretty early. I was probably a teenager. Like, I picked up a Sun Records edition of Elvis, like, you know, doing all that Sun Records stuff. And I picked up a Johnny Cash Sun Records album, too. Like, I was probably about 14 or 15 or something like that. Taylor Langley says, could you do Eric Clapton's version of Ramblin' on My Mind? You talking about the one he did on the Beano record? Ah, shit, I'd have to listen back to it. Morning says, have you seen Sinners? Happy birthday, kinfolk. I've never seen that movie. Nellie Moriarty says, Greg Allman got Dwayne hooked via Robert Johnson. Everybody wanted Dwayne to join them. Legends Allman Brothers Band. Love Jimi Hendrix's version of Red House. Yes. I saw the Allman Brothers when I was like 12. I was dragged to it by the parents of a friend of mine who were like old 60s, you know, hippie types and stuff. And we went to see them. Had seats on the floor. It was in Augusta, Georgia. I think Greg and Dickie Betts might have been a little drunk. They kind of looked like it. Government Mule opened up for them. Awesome says, happy B-Day. Appreciate that, man. Sebastian says, I still use my Nova brand analog tuner. It's probably circa 1990s, but it still works good. I have one of those analog, like, needle tuners back in the day. Blues Rocker says, you know what Hitler said when he heard he lost the war? He says, I did not see that coming. It's a good dad joke there. Shit. Big 8 says, it's our dog's B-Day too. His name is Boone, 6 years old. Well, happy birthday to your dog there. Marco says, Hitler didn't drink hard liquor. It made him mean. Yep, guy didn't drink, didn't smoke, you know, vegetarian, artist, you know, just a gentle, sweet guy. Kitten says, good one, Blues Rockers. Joe says, happy birthday. Appreciate that very much, man. Blues Rocker says, Jimi Hendrix wrote Red House, didn't he? I heard that he wrote it. Yeah. Morningstar says, it's literally a mainstream movie about the blues with vampires. Blues with vampires. Okay, I have to see that. I'm not a big movie buff. I didn't see a lot of movies growing up. Like, you know, my old man didn't like movies too much. He liked like 2 or 3. And so we never watched too many movies in my house. See, Frank Morgendorfer says, happy Ed Phillips Day. Ed Phillips, thanks for your talent and time. I appreciate that very much, man. Like, but my old man liked Blazing Saddles. He liked the Blues Brothers movie, like probably my introduction to blues music, watching that. Like a few other movies. But he didn't have the attention span to sit through a lot of movies, really. He hated like sitting for 2 hours and watching something, so we never saw movies when I was growing up. And so I never really got hooked on them either. I could probably count on my fingers like how many times I've been to a theater. The last one I saw, I was like dragged to, forcibly made to watch the Top Gun, the new Top Gun movie, right? The Maverick movie or something. I never saw the first one. Big 8 says, happy birthday. Appreciate that very much. Kitten 77 says, nice shirt again. Is it ladies' night? I guess so. Yeah, it's a shirt I had never worn it before. I had it in the closet, never put it on. Blues Rocker says, know any tunes by The Who? Not lyrically. I used to sing Talk About My Generation with bands like a long time ago. Morningstar says, if there was ever a movie for you to enjoy, it's that one. I did see the Crossroads movie, you know, with the Karate Kid dude in there. Blues Rocker says, I never learned any tunes from The Who or Steve Miller. Dr. Foster Music says, the Blues Brothers is so damn good. I watch it at least once a year. That's a good damn movie. I did a commentary on the bar scene, you know, the like where they playing at the Hillbilly Bar and shit. It's on this channel. Shovel says, most movies suck. People are just too stupid to know any better. Yeah, movies these days especially suck. They're just like recycling shit over and over. And I don't have any interest in like superheroes and comic book characters and stuff like that, so I don't watch those. Morningstar says it's set in Clarksdale in 1932. Have to see that. And it has vampires in it. Damn. Julian Santaguida says, I would die for Hendrix' Flying V guitar. Love drops. I like the original Top Gun movies. Tom Cruise, great actor. And the song Highway to the Danger Zone. Great song. Yeah, that movie, that second one that I had to see, like it started with that song. Highway to the Danger Zone. Like Kenny Loggins. Dr. Pop says, Jimmy wasn't fully appreciated in the USA, but Chaz Chandler saw his musical genius. They both died too young. Right, yeah, they had to bring him to England to make him a star. Nellie Moriarty says, not too much TV made you better musician. Good for us. Led Zeppelin did lots of folks. Do you do any? Lots of folk. Do you do any? Not really lyrically. I mean, kind of. I used to know all the shit to Stairway to Heaven, but I'm kind of retired from that one. Like, I was doing a Lemon song for a while with a band, like, and changing the lyrics to Killing Floor. Blues Rocker says, I love the guitar work of Lindsey Buckingham on Never Going Back Again. Really cool finger picking on that tune. Can you give that a listen and tell me if you know what kind of picking he's using? Did he play with 2 fingers or 3 fingers? I'm not even sure about Lindsey Buckingham, like how he played. I know he finger picked, but I'm not sure exactly how he did it. Kitten says, Blazing Saddles, Blues Brothers. Yes, good movies there. Alan Thomas says, hoisting 2 fingers of McAllen, 15, in honor of your birthday. D-Day and Grant Green's birthday. 1 guitar god, 1 guitar demigod shared a birthday. Appreciate that, man. A drink up there, dude. Marco says, Dr. Pop Chandler worked him ragged. The old Chaz Chandler, yeah, the bass player for the Animals. That produced Jimi Hendrix. Awesome says, glad you're not brainwashed. That explains you. Yeah, never got brainwashed by the media, I guess. Marco says, Kitten 77, Caddyshack, Rambo. Nelly says, Fleetwood Mac, one of the best concerts I've been to. Fleetwood, best drummer I've seen. Sebastian says that Robert Johnson arranged another trip to the studio to record new songs he had ready prior to his death. I watched a video of an older fellow, Robert Lockwood, playing a song titled Mr. Downchild. He claimed it was a song Robert never finished. He was Robert Johnson's stepson. Taught him how to play it. I've heard that too, yeah. I don't know if he was like planning on making any more trips to the studio that I know of when he died. He was supposed to play at a big, what would you call it, a theater exposition? Like a big theater concert for John Hammond, the guy who did A&R at Columbia Records. He set up this big show with all these blues singers and stuff like that, and Robert didn't make it. He died before it. And so they played a Robert Johnson record on the stage on a record player, and they got Big Bill Broonzy to represent blues, in the place of Robert Johnson. They had all these black musicians and stuff that played there. Julian says, Kenny Loggins was the same artist for Kevin Bacon for the song Footloose for his movie Oh, yeah. And Blues Rocker says, know the tune 30 Days in the Hole. I don't think I know that one. And Dr. Pop says, maybe so, but we wouldn't have had any Hendrix without that push. Yeah, the key was like bringing him to London. Like, that's what made Hendrix a star. Like arriving in England and making Clapton shit his pants. Shovel says, they took Jimmy to Europe because of the bigotry in America. It's probably so, yeah. And he had played like backup for different people like Little Richard and the Isley Brothers and stuff like that. But he was pretty much broke, like playing on his own in New York. And Kitten says Humble Pie. That was old. Damn it. What's his name's band? Drawing a blank. Talk Box, Peter Frampton, Blues Rocker says, what's your favorite music movies? Great Balls of Fire and the Buddy Holly story were great. Those are two good movies. My favorite music movie, probably the original Blues Brothers movie. Dr. Pop says, we all have Jimmy now. Can't take that away. I was brought up on Hendrix, Zepp, Purple, Clapton, and all that shit. That's cool, man. Alien Doll says Peter. Nellie Moriarty says Steve Marriott left us too early. Soulful voice. Marco says Frampton. Yeah, I meant Peter Frampton. I was drawing a blank on him. Mass Mofo says this is gay now, but Footloose was cool back in the day. Rebel music. I never saw Footloose. Waking Dragon says Robert Lockwood Jr. entertained us playing solo on the floor in front of the stage. What a night. We were at Legends in Chicago in the 90s. I wish I could have seen him. Wish I'd caught Honey Boy Edwards when he was still alive. Like he lived to be like damn near 100. Kitten 77 says saw a video of Jimmy playing acoustic. Yeah, he had a video like doing Hear My Train Coming on a 12 string. Shovel says it is wide. Jimmy said so. Ogma says, hey Ed, can you play The Pusher by Steppenwolf? Don't know the words to it. I do it in G, capo 3rd fret. Great song as featured in the film Easy Rider. God damn, the Pusher Man. Alien Dog said Crossroads a cool tune. Oh yeah, I played that one earlier actually. Blues Rocker said Danny's. Oh, no, I think I know that one. Nellie Moriarty says Jimmy, best backup for him too from UK. Best thing to happen for Jimmy. Yeah, like fucking Mitch Mitchell like did him a really good favor, like, playing drums for him. Like he had the perfect drummer for his guitar playing. I think Mitch Mitchell got the job by a coin toss too. A coin toss. Sorry. In fact, like the Band of Gypsy stuff with Buddy Miles, I thought it sounded too straight for Hendrix. Like as far as like just not being jazzy enough. Like I thought Mitch Mitchell like matched his guitar perfectly. Marco says I use A major 7th and slide it up. Ogma says sweet. Marco says I heard Jimmy liked his hairdo. I think that's what he said about Noel Redding. Shovel says Jimmy could stay in nice hotels in Europe, not in America. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, back in those days. Yeah. Waking Dragon says, did you see the old YouTube video of young Honey Boy slapping the shit out of the neck Van Halen style, playing harp to 1942? I think. I think I did see that. Wasn't he like kind of out in the street and stuff, like out in the open? Kitten 77 says Humble Pie does 30 Days in the Hole. Have to give that a listen. Blues Rocker says, did you ever try to learn Black Water Slide or the same tune Black Mountain Side? I have to look that one up and learn that one. Ogma says Machine Gun was something else. Yeah, that was the best song on the Band of Gypsies record was Machine Gun. Let's do a shot here. All right, we got a bottle of Speyburn, 10 years old, single malt Scotch whiskey from the Speyside region of Scotland. Just a little bit left in there. And of course we got Gentleman Jack Off. Y'all tell me which one, Jack or Scotch. Julian says, that's a good question, Blues Rockers. My favorite music movies are Walk the Line. I saw Walk the Line in the theater. That's one of the few movies I saw in the theater. Yeah. Walk the Line, Bohemian Rhapsody, I saw The Light, Purple Rain. Never saw the Doors movie or Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny. I used to own the Doors movie. That's a good. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That was a really good music movie. Rat's Ass says Jack. Let's see. Nellie Moriarty says Mitch did work well with Jimmy. Hard to keep up with Jimmy, and they did him. They did it with him. Alan Thomas says Jack. Shovel says Scotch. Kitten says birthday Scotch. So we got a tie between Jack and Scotch. Blues Rocker says get a taste of the Jack off this time. Okay, vote for Jack. Dr. Pop says Rosetta Tharpe played Didn't It Rain in Manchester train station. Those were the days. Oh, yeah, she was really good. Played that damn SG. And Julian says Jack. Marco says fishing the old stuff first, Scotch. I just did a shot of Proper 12 with Heineken Chaser. Proper 12 is, that's Irish, isn't it? Nellie Moriarty says Scotch. Mass Mofo says Scotch. Think Scotch might be winning by a little bit. Frank Morgendorfer says, finish off the Scotch, down and in one. Birthdays come but once a year. Wait a minute. Wrong bottle. How much do we have here? Into the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. Yeah, you know, yeah, fuck it. I'll just do it all, hell. Y'all don't blame me if I can't play in a little while, but all right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pai, Salud, Prost, Skull, all those cheers from all those different languages down the hatch. All right. Woo! Got a good bit of liquor there. Blues Rocker says, for music movies, I'd agree the Blues Brothers, but not the Brothers 2000. I didn't see that one, but I saw the clips and previews and stuff, and I knew I didn't want to see it. Julian says, that was with Val Kilmer, Rip Val Kilmer, talking about the Doors movie. Yeah. I used to have that on DVD. A lot of people who knew Jim Morrison says it kind of made him look like a fool and stuff, like it didn't do a good portrayal of him, but I don't know. Ogma says, Noel Redding had a pub about 20 miles from here in Ireland. He passed away 22 years ago. I wish I'd spent more time with him. I played at his bar 2 times. Damn, that's fucking cool, man. I wish I could have met him. Yeah, the entire Jimi Hendrix Experience is dead. And their producer, Chaz Chandler, is also dead. It's crazy. I don't know about the band of Gypsies. I think Buddy Miles is dead. I'm not sure about Billy Cox. Ogma says Slainte, Ed. I believe that's the old Gaelic cheers. Slainte. Kitten77 says, your shirt reminds me of Starry Night. Yeah, kind of. It's a little more like Cubist, I think, but kind of has the same color scheme going on. Blues Rocker says, but for documentary movies, Buddy Holly. I did laugh my ass off at the Walk Hard movie. I've seen a lot of clips from Walk Hard. I never saw the whole movie, but it looks pretty damn funny. Marco says, when I saw Song Remains the Same, we went into the woods to get high. There was a big bag of pot on the ground. We lit that theater up. Yeah, I've seen Song Remains the Same many a times. That's a really good movie with Led Zeppelin there. Half of them playing like in a mock scenario, like half of it's like the actual live performance at Madison Square Garden. Half of it is them going back up there and like kind of faking it, just because I guess they couldn't get enough good shots during the actual concert. Alan Thomas says Ogma 2. Blues Rocker says born 1941, aged 83 years old, Wheeling, Wheeling, West Virginia. Billy Cox is still kicking. Okay, so there's one person who played with Hendrix who's still alive. Old Billy Cox. He was an army buddy of Hendrix. Alan Thomas says, cool. Marco says, I think Grant took the $250,000 out of the safe. Lumpy says, Jimi Hendrix, piece of shit manager, Mike Jeffrey, dead too. What is his name? Mark Jeffrey? Or was it Mike Jeffrey? Yeah, that guy was kind of a weirdo and shit. Let's do a little bit of music here before that double shot of scotch like catches up with me and stuff. Let's see here. Where's my thumb pick? I'll just use a flat pick. Might as well tune this thing too while I'm at it. Hell. You ever find a Gibson that stays in tune? Let me know. Country blues. See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line. Nobody has something on my mind. But I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. But I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Way down here, what you trying to do? Supper now, let me go to bed. Fix my supper now, let me go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line.
by, that something's on my mind.
R.L. Burnside Hill Country style blues. They're more rhythmic and less chord changes than the Delta stuff, you know, from northern Mississippi. Marco sends me $5 in a super chat. He says, happy B-Day, Ed. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate them super chats. They are the life of the show. I don't put ads on these unless YouTube copyrights me and puts ads on them for me and takes all the money. So, yeah. I appreciate y'all throwing me some love in the tip bucket there. Forgot to turn my backlighting on. Hell. Yeah. This place is not properly lit. Damn it. I took drama in high school. I got to be lit right. Blues Rocker says, Lock and Tuners will keep it in tune, Ed. Just need a quality brand like Spirit Soul. I got Lock and Tuners on 2 of my Stratocasters, actually. Those do work pretty good. Waking Dragon says, R.L. Phillips. Alan Thomas says, see, I have jazz guitar, Grant Green on the brain, his birthday today. And Charles Guy says, Burnside. Nellie Moriarty says, very nice. Ogma says, excellent. Waking Dragon says, in Black Snake Moan, Samuel L. Jackson's juke joint performance is cosmic, not to be missed. That was a movie I didn't see either. Have to see that. Yeah, Black Snake Moan, like the original song, was done by old Blind Lemon Jefferson back in the 20s. Kitten says, lit right. Appreciate that. Need to get some tobacco here. Awesome says, I'm lit and you clean my mind out, like always. Nellie Moriarty says, Wheeling, West Virginia, close to home for us. Just moved to Florida. Cut my AC here. Hey, damn it. Come on. Blues Rocker says, that wasn't a $5 tip. He just wanted to buy your jumper on the line. I think he likes fish. Smells like fish. Might do that in a second. All right. Yeah, what's that smell like? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Shit. All right. A little bit of change up in genre here. Some Piedmont blues from my neck of the woods. Blind Boy Fuller from North Carolina. If I can find where I put my fucking thumb pick. Bit of Piedmont style hokum here.
What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunk the other man with. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. Booty, you really wanna know. That smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. Smell like pudding, but it ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. Booty, you really wanna know. like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Oh, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. It'll make you weep and it'll make you moan. Same damn thing made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know.
Blind Boy Fuller out of Doro, North Carolina right there. The Piedmont style of blues, you know, kind of more ragtimey, you know, more upbeat. Dr. Pop says, drama at high school? Damn right. I also trod the boards, even spent 30 years with an AM drama group, ended up writing and directing. Oh, damn, that's cool. Shit. I didn't make it too far in drama class. I mean, didn't get to do no plays. I got kicked out of the play for not showing up to, you know, do rehearsals and stuff. It was a dumb play anyway. Julian says, was Blind Lemon Jefferson inserted Lightning Hopkins? Yeah, Lightning Hopkins knew Blind Lemon Jefferson. Yeah, he was a big influence on him. He used to go see Blind Lemon when he was a kid and stuff. Kind of looked up to him. They're both Texas blues guys. Lumpy says, loving them old Piedmont blues. Appreciate that. Marco says, smells like fish, eat all you wish. Blues Rocker says, any women here tonight? I think there's a couple. I've seen a couple in here. Dr. Pop says, like one-eyed cat peeping at a seafood store. The Blues Rocker says, love to see blues women checking out the classics. He says, Ed, show people your merch. I think some new people are here tonight. You got some cool shit. Okay, yeah. I got like a little Etsy shop. You can buy some stuff. I'm going to make some more stuff. I got a couple of things for sale. Let me try to find it here real quick. Yeah, I got to look it up. First, let me restart the chat real quick. Shit's getting kind of glitchy. Waking Dragon sends $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Appreciate all them super chats. Okay, I think we're back now. Let me rearrange a couple things here on the screen. Okay, and show you my web page here, my Etsy shop. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got the Ed Phillips patented blues shot glass for sale, the same one I'm drinking out of tonight. Where'd I put that damn thing? Great salesman I am. Oh, it's in the floor. Yeah. Yeah, right here. And I've also got a t-shirt for sale. If y'all want to pick one of those up, I would appreciate that a lot. Let me see here. Got this t-shirt here with the same design on there. I did the design myself in Photoshop, of course. So yeah, check those out, you know. Link below this video. Marco says my wife's cheap. She don't like me doing that TS. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Dr. Pop says I was lucky enough to see Gary Oldman on stage at York Theatre Royal performing Crap's last tape. That's pretty cool. Marco says I like that shot glass. Cool, appreciate that. James says that made of glass. Yes, glass. Thinking about doing a coffee mug, like a lot of people asked about that, but you know, I don't drink coffee really. So if y'all want a coffee mug, I'll make one. I think Guinness is close enough to coffee for me. I kind of got hooked on tea from, you know, having Chinese people around, so drink more tea than coffee. Don't drink much of that either, actually, but see, the chat's still working. Okay, yeah. Dr. Pop says coffee is the devil's ass juice. Yeah, I never had a taste for it. Like, I used to drink it a little bit, like just, you know, like as a pick-me-up, but I don't like the taste of it, really. Marco says, I have a shot glass collection. Cool. Well, I would appreciate that a lot if you'd add mine to your collection. Good old Guinness Extra Stout. The goatee's starting to come in a little bit, like you know, got 30 days with the house to myself, so I'm kind of like probably going to be on like a Jim Morrison type of arc. Like by the end of the 30 days, I'm going to have a beard this long and be like all fat and drunk and stuff. Be like, here ain't one more. Let's see. Yak Fishing says, damn Ed, nobody in here I know. There's a few regulars in here. Dr. Pop says, bit of a weird question, but do you like a bit of Motown? Yeah, I love some Motown. I got a 45 over there by Smokey Robinson, like Tears of a Clown. Yak Fishing says, James in here. Blues Rocker says, hello, Yak. Brian McGuire says, long as you're not dead in the bathtub. Yep. Well, if I make it through this year, I will have outlived Elvis, 42 years old. Yak Fishing says, what's up, people? Marco says, Krieger talked about Jimbo, Jim's drunken alter ego. Yeah, they called him fucking Jimbo when he was drunk. Yeah. You're a woman, you're my woman. Blues Rocker says, Chevel is here tonight, isn't he? I don't know if I've seen him or not. Kevin Kitten says, that's why I thought it was ladies' night. Let's see, James Laura says, hi, Yak. Yak Fishing says, what's the special occasion for 2 sessions in 3 days? My birthday today. Yak says, what's up, James? The Blues Rocker says, I haven't seen Ron Swanson tonight. Yeah, he didn't make it tonight. He dipped out of the last stream pretty early because he went fishing. Awesome says, Sun Studio is my favorite. I've been there. Didn't take the tour, but I've been in the restaurant next to it and, been by it, took a picture in front of it and all that stuff. Brian McGuire says, sounded like Jim was an unpleasant drunk. Yeah, I mean, he was a guy who generally didn't give a shit, which is kind of strange because he was such a insanely intelligent guy. Like if you hear interviews by him, like he's very fucking soft spoken and kind of cerebral and stuff. Kind of good at like predicting the future in a lot of ways. Like he was talking about the possibility of people like making music on machines and stuff, which they kind of do now, right? But when he got drunk, he was just a, fucking crazy Southern Florida asshole, Lumpy says, you will wake up in the yard. Haven't done that in a good long time. Like I'm pretty good at handling my shit these days, but we'll see. Marco says, Brian McGuire, oh yeah, it was bad. Blues Rocker says, Ron went fishing. I hope he didn't take your jumper on the line. Yeah, he like said he went on some fishing trip last Wednesday. He like popped in, made one comment and left. He's in the wilds of Canada out there, so there's probably some good fishing out there. Frank Morgendorfer says, how about EP's guitar picks? I don't know. I haven't used none. I mostly play Dunlops and sometimes play a Fender pick. Ogma says Jim was a poet. Yeah, he wrote some great poetry, the Aztec Walls of Vision and all that stuff. Blues Rocker says, did you like that tune growing up called Man on a Silver Mountain? Wasn't that, that's Dio, ain't it? The Man on the Silver Mountain. I think I know that one. Ogma says the road of excess leads to places of wisdom. I think that was kind of Jim Morrison's philosophy, I believe. Blues Rocker says they say Canada has the most lakes in all the world. I'd believe that. Maury says I love Guinness, but when I was gigging, they used to keep my glass full, so I had to stop for a while when I got up to 275 pounds. But it tastes so good. It is good stuff. Yeah, good old Irish stout, And got a little bit of sour ale in it to kind of give it some kick, Awesome says that was an awesome song. Lodi Lane says, well, shit the bed. It's my birthday today, too. Here's to it, brother, from South Texas. What's up, man? Happy birthday to you. Ogma says, yeah, Dio. I think Rainbow's second album. Okay, it's Rainbow? Okay. I got like 2 Dio albums like right here below me. I don't know if I could like dig them out, but yeah, I got like Last in Line and Holy Diver. Like records. Yeah, my record collection is right here below me under my desk. Blues Rocker says, my son bought light beer from Miller, and that shit was nasty. I go to that sometimes, like when I'm broke, I'll buy some Miller Lite. It's not too bad. Awesome says, I love Dio. Charles Guy says, I was friends with Lonnie Mack. He played on Roadhouse Blues. He told me some crazy stories about the Doors. And I bet they got a lot of crazy stories. Especially with Jim hanging around. Marco says, Panther piss. I don't know why they would call it Panther piss. Yak Fishing says, happy birthday, Ed. What's up, man? Yeah, appreciate that a lot. Waken Dragon says, they said Morrison's Rolling Stone shirtless photos were the last sober shots. Shirtless Peter Frampton pics ended Frampton's popularity. So, Ed, leave your shirt on. Yeah. This shirt here, like, kind of likes to show my pecs, like what little pecs I have. Like, might have a titty slip sometime here tonight, but. Yak Fishing says, which Guinness you drinking? Extra stout, the real Guinness. Got more flavor than the fucking draft. Brian McGuire says, some people never acquire a refined palate. Oh man, people around here, like down south, like it's really hard to get them into like cool beer. Like that goddamn shit tastes like fucking rat poison. Goddamn, like why ain't you just drinking the damn Bud Light or well no, it's fucking Modelo now, ain't it? Yeah. That damn Bud Light, that's tranny juice. I drink fucking Modelo. Like Maury says, Dio's voice was the best. Yeah, he had a very powerful voice. Never got to see him. Now, I'm not a fan of the Dio Black Sabbath stuff. I love Dio solo stuff. I'm more of like an Aussie Black Sabbath guy. I like the original, like first 4 or 5 albums of Black Sabbath. I like that stuff. Drink me a little water here. And my dad saw Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, like back in the day, like back in the 70s. Yak Fishing says, hell yeah, that's my joint right there. It's good. Is it good in a can? Only had it from a bottle. I've never seen this in a can. I think they only sell this in bottles. Like the draft comes in a can. But to me, honestly, as a longtime beer snob, a brewer, all that good stuff, I can't really tell any difference between a bottle and a can. Blues Rocker says, I like the album Perfect Strangers, album by Deep Purple. That was a damn good band, like a proto-metal band, you know, playing the fucking organ through a Marshall stack. Look at my damn hair like turning gray here, showing up on camera. God damn. Fucking old. Yak Fishing says, the 2 Dio albums you have is as far as I go, Ed. Outside of that, he was meh. Yeah, that Last in Line and Holy Diver, that's some good records there, like for, you know, 80s metal and stuff. Ogma says, loved Perfect Strangers. Dr. Pop says, Ian Gillan had a great voice. Coverdale was fine too. Yeah, Ian Gillan sang for Deep Purple. I didn't know Coverdale sang for them. Like, you know, he was the White Snake guy. The White Snake, there's one band I didn't get into. That's what us punk rockers used to call back in the day cock rock. Yak Fishing says, I liked Ian doing Black Sabbath. That's right, he sang for Black Sabbath for a while, didn't he? Yeah. Or did Coverdale do a stint with Sabbath? I don't know if Dr. Pop was talking about Sabbath or Deep Purple. No, but Sabbath, like, and I'm like an OG Aussie guy, like the first 4 or 5 albums. Brian McGuire says, come on, Holy Diver is a classic. That is a classic. Yeah, I got a copy of it below me right here. Dr. Pop says Deep Purple. Okay, yeah, well, Coverdale. Paul Coverdale, I think. Yeah, the White Snake dude. Blues Rocker says, Coverdale never joined Sabbath. Yeah. Like Awesome says, spray glitter in your hair, fit right in nowadays. No, like back in the 2000s, like there was a trend of like girls like putting body glitter all over them, and you would get that stuff on you, like so you couldn't cheat on your girlfriend because you'd get like, you know, glitter on you and shit. Yak Fishing says, if it weren't for shitty thin tone, I would pick Born Again as my favorite album, Sabbath, next to Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Yeah, that was like, wasn't Born Again in like the early 90s or something like that? Probably my favorite Sabbath album would be Master of Reality. Yeah. Now I'll tell you the story. You know, seeing that I saw Metallica the other day, I discovered a Metallica tape in a drawer in my house, and I showed it to my dad, and he was like, that shit's stupid, that's beating and banging, you need to hear Black Sabbath. And he bought me a copy of Master of Reality. And so yeah, that was the first Sabbath I was exposed to. Probably why it's my favorite. The Metallica album would have been Justice. Yeah, it was And Justice for All. Awesome says, yep, you're too well informed. He knows, dang it, man. Blues Rocker says, I love the tune Mistreated by Deep Purple. Wake and Dragon says, I saw Montrose. Hagar warmed up for and tried to upstage Humble Pie in 74. Montrose kicked ass, but when the Pie stage was set and Marriott came flying out, it was like Iggy met Townsend, hard bluesy. Montrose was a damn good band. That's my favorite band with Sammy Hagar in it for sure. Like, I think he kind of fucked up Van Halen, but like, yeah, Montrose, like, good rock and roll band. And they had that one album, like, I think it was just called Montrose. We had to special order it back in the 90s. You know, my dad, like, got a copy of it it's a 70s album, but like couldn't find it at the damn the disc jockey, and so we had to order a copy of it. Back before MP3s. Marco says Children of the Grave is fun to play. Oh yeah, that's some good shit. Yeah, tuned down to like C sharp or something. Blues Rocker says my favorite Sabbath album was the debut album. Yeah, the first Sabbath album was real fucking good. Got NIB on there and the Black Sabbath song. Yak Fishing says 1983. That's the year I was born there. Oh, he's talking about when Born Again came out. Okay, Black Sabbath. Dr. Pop says, it wasn't Humble Pie a track by Led Zeppelin? No, Humble Pie was a band. I don't know if Led Zeppelin did one called Humble Pie. Marco says Custard Pie. Okay. Blues Rocker says, Behind the Wall of Sleep. Mass Mofo says, like Master of Puppets versus Master of Reality. Master of Puppets probably my favorite Metallica record. I don't like a damn thing after the Black Album. Brian McGuire says all those early Sabbath records were great. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine what people were thinking back in like 1969, 1970 when they heard that shit for the first time. Waking Dragon says, my high school band did most of the first Montrose album songs. It was a lesson in solid pentatonic rock. Great stuff. I always liked Space Station Number 5. Maury says, had to mow lawns to get enough money to ride my bicycle down to buy my copy of Paranoid when it came out. Of course, that's their classic album. Yak Fishing says, yes, Ed, 1983. You might play a tune here. He says, yeah, my bad, Custard Pie and Small Faces.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with you, woman, don't know what to do. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me mojo hand. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on me. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him all night. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
All right, a little bit of Muddy Waters right there. Let me cut the AC on for a second. Blues Rocker says Master of Reality was probably Black Sabbath's best studio recording. Master of Puppets was Metallica's best studio album until the Perfect Black Album. The studio quality of the Black Album was amazing. Yet Black Album's probably the best sounding album. Like musically, I like the music on Master of Puppets better. Matthias Going Hike says, here we go. What's up, man? Marco says, that's the cool shit I was talking about. Appreciate it. Brian McGuire says, love your version of the Muddy Waters classic. Thank you, man. Blues Rocker says, love Muddy Waters tunes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to get me another brewski here. Ogma says, awesome. Thank you very much, man. Marco says, me too, I need a beer. Charles Guy says, what thumb pick do you use? I use a Golden Gate thumb pick. So this is a Dunlop medium. It's kind of a smaller one. Most of the time I'm using like these more bulky ones. They're all Dunlops, but kind of like this one lately. It's like a kind of a yellowish color, a little bit thinner. Let's see. Sessic Loon says, do you know Chic by ZZ Top? I don't know that one. I'd have to learn that one. Adam K says, what gauge string you use on the electric? Kind of depends. I've got a Fender Stratocaster with like 11s on it. That one back there's got 10s on it, I think, and I use 9s on some. It just kind of depends on the guitar and like what I'm feeling like that week, you know. Waking Dragon says, I'm way up north from you, but a gal up here always has a mojo bag on her neck. Doesn't tell anybody what's in it. Another gal cut some hair off me, said it was for her little bag. Northern chicks, damn. I think they used to put like roots and stuff in mojo bags, like Johnny Conqueror root and stuff like that. So it actually originated here in South Carolina in the islands, in the Gullah Islands, you know, like the mojo bag. But they had hoodoo down there. That's what they called it. Blues Rocker says, Ted Nugent and Ace Frehley were my two childhood heroes in my grade school years. They're both good guitar players. I'd especially say Ted Nugent. Like, Ted Nugent was kind of an influence on me, actually. Like, playing lead. Adam K says, what gauge on the Les Paul? I believe I got 10s on that one. Yeah. Just, you know, just Ernie Ball, regular Slinkies, 10s. Blues Rocker says, Sweetgrass to Native Americans was considered Mother Earth's hair. Okay, I didn't know that. Johnny Cat says, I'm 11s on the Gibson, 12 on the Fender. I like a little bite when I'm playing. You know, thicker strings will give you more dynamics and shit. And, you know, kind of a thicker sound, you know, like that fucking SRV sound. The thickest I'll play, like at the moment at least, is 11s. Got some of those on a Strat in my house. Blues Rocker says, Mother Nature. Waking Dragon says, Ted really liked the guitarist for Mitch Ryder, and he's definitely hot. Yeah, Ted liked a lot of Motown stuff. He loved Hendrix, and there's people like that. A lot of Detroit bands he liked. Blues Rocker says thicker strings work for rhythm, but for lead I prefer 10s or 9s. You know, it's kind of cool playing lead on thick strings because you get like more dynamics. Just, you know, kind of harder to fight them and stuff. Ogma says Montrose Space Station number 5 was influenced by communication breakdowns. Surely, I don't know. Kind of sounds similar. One of the first riffs I learned, actually, that my dad showed me because he was big on Montrose. Let's see. Something like that, right? Let's see. Ariel Garcia Verde says Booker White or Skip James. I don't know if I would put one over the other. They both very good. The Blues Rocker says, what's your go-to electric for slide tunes? I kind of like a Gibson better than a Fender for slide. Like that's definitely true. Like a Fender's kind of hard to play slide on for me for some reason. Ogma says 9s for me. I'm a midnight string bender. Yak Fishing says Ted Nugent. Awesome says Montreux were French Canadians. I did not know that. Ronnie Montrose was French Canadian? Huh. Marco says Ted told the crowd he'd personally kick your ass if you threw something on stage. They mellowed right out. Yeah, like if you've never seen Ted Nugent live, like he is the greatest shit talker of all time. Like on the mic and stuff. I've heard him say like so much outrageous stuff. You wouldn't believe it. I see all you fat drunk bastards out there. I'm gonna play y'all a country song. There's a country song called Stranglehold. Like just shit like that, you know. This guitar's gonna blow your fucking balls off. The Blues Rocker says, that Les Paul sure could play some Doobie Brothers. Has their classic tone on your current amp settings. Yeah, I have to learn some Doobie Brothers. I never played too much of their stuff, really. Adam K says Jim McCarty is guitarist to Mitch, and for Cactus. I had to check him out and stuff. Blues Rocker says, I've seen Ted Nugent 4 times. He's funny as hell with his shit talking. Yeah, he is the greatest shit talker of all time, like on a fucking mic. Waking Dragon says, the great Montrose guitar sound on album 1 was one new Fender amp, and the speakers and guts blew while recording. He'd go down the street to a music shop for repairs. See, I heard he was playing like a damn, what's it called, a big muff. Like I heard he was using a big muff and a Gibson amp. He might have been using the Fender amp. Adam K says he still plays in Michigan area. Jim McCarty, still amazing. Have to check him out. Mass Mofo says no, BB King. Might do some BB King in a second. All right. Maury says he had plenty of girlfriends that love Wango Tango. Right. That's about all he sung about, wasn't it? Was getting laid. Yak Fishing says, check my comment above on Ted. Let me see if I can find it. Where's that at? I'm not sure if I see it. Oh, he says, No. I don't know if you got it sent or not. Awakened Dragon says, he said no effects, just a Fender full tilt. Ariel Garcia Verde says, do you consider T-Bone Walker to be the greatest influencer in rock and roll? Yeah, he was probably the greatest guitar influencer on anybody who plays lead, like in blues and rock. Yeah, everybody listened to T-Bone Walker. He was the first guy to like do crazy stuff like play behind his head and all that shit. B.B. King was influenced by him. Chuck Berry was influenced by him. Yeah, but one of the most influential guitar players ever. Yeah. Marco says Ted made a fortune and spent it. Yeah, he had bad management. They spent all his money. Yak says Ted spent all the money on land. Eugenio Vieira says, let's see, how do you do your live streams? You only use one microphone? Yeah, you just got one mic here. You have one mic, one camera. It's a USB mic, actually. Blues Rocker says, Ted Nugent on Great Gonzo said, San Antonio, suck my bone. he said, thank you. the Double Live Gonzo album was good. He's like, anybody come here to get mellow, you can just turn around and get the fuck out of here. Adam K says, Nugent is very big here in Windsor, Ontario. We're very American, very Michigan here. That's what I hear. I hear like Windsor, Ontario is kind of like kind of an extension of like Detroit or something. Yak Fishing says, I can't do Ted anymore. He says it's there. Give me 1 second. I'll play some B.B. King when I smoke this here. Look, dead lighter. Blues Rocker says, do you know Hey Y'all? Talking about Black Oak, Arkansas. I don't know it all the way through. I don't know the words and all that stuff. Yeah. Hey Y'all. Steven Schutte says, surprise. Hey, from Colorado. What's up, man? How you doing there? Adam K says, we're kind of Detroit here in Windsor. Much safer in Canada, though. That I would imagine, yeah. Lower crime in Canada. Yak Fishing says, Ted used to be cool to talk to. I got to the point every time I saw him, he was getting too political. Then he became his biggest fan. Then he became his biggest fan. Hard to stop talking to him. Oh, you met him and stuff? That's cool. Look, if my dad had gotten to meet him, he probably would have like died of a massive heart attack, like right there on the spot. Like my dad like loved fucking Ted Nugent, loved Black Oak, Arkansas too. David McLeod says, we have our assholes here in Canada too. Yeah, yo, Scott, yeah, he's a dick. South Park reference. You're a dick, Scott. Charles Guy says, there's a lot of good bluesmen from my home state of Tennessee. Brownie McGee, Sleepy, John Estes, Ike Turner. I thought Ike was from Clarksdale. Yeah, Brownie McGee was good as hell. Brownie McGee and Sonny Terry. Marco says, Ted Nugent in the White House. I'm sure he's been there hanging out with Trump. Yeah, Adam K says, Ted is one of the best guitarists. It's too bad politics make people not talk about his guitar playing. Yeah, he kind of fucked himself like... like being too political, like he pissed too many people off. It's probably why he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but you know, who needs that fucking shit anyway, right? Blues Rocker says, every time I got to see Ted, he played perfectly, but he don't sound as good these days. I think he just retired from touring, didn't he? Didn't he just call it quits? Johnny Cat says, my buddy plays here in Nash area with Derek St. Holmes regularly. Oh, cool. Yeah, Derek St. Holmes used to sing for Nugent, sang Stranglehold and all that stuff. Yak Fishing says, his property in Michigan backs up against my brother's. I didn't meet him, I know him. That's fucking awesome shit. Damn. Yeah, I think he owns a bunch of land in Michigan and in Texas. Mark says, you're back, sitting down to lunch here. What's up, man? How you doing? Adam K says, Ted won't tour, but he'll do several concerts a year. Oh, okay, yeah. Marco says, they'd put Fred Rogers in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fuck them. I kind of like the Sex Pistols' response to getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. They sent him a note that was written in like crayon or something that said, urine and wine, you know, fuck your bullshit. Ogma says, Ike Turner was from Mississippi. Yeah, I believe he was from Clarksdale, right? Adam K says there shouldn't be a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with without the Motor City Madman. Yeah, true that. Dr. Pop says those old fellas had the best music: T-Bone, Blind Lemon, Muddy, John Lee, and Big Joe. Yeah, you're right, man. That's pretty much the roots of modern music, you know. Awakened Dragon says, I saw fans leave by droves when Ted starts his Kiss My Glock Hillary crap like a mass exodus. he pulled out a fucking machine gun like the last time I saw him. He's like, you can suck on this, you know. The Blues Rocker says, Ike Turner didn't play many solos. He was a guy who didn't like to be up front, Ike Turner. Like he kind of liked to run the band like from the background. He was a band leader, basically. Marco says, Waking Dragon, cool story, bro. Smoke this cigarette here. Stephen Shooty says, hey, from Colorado, what's up? How you doing there? Drinking the Coors tonight? Jeffrey Albertson says, happy birthday, Ed. Looking good for 29. I wish I was 29. Yeah. 42 tonight. Just about as old as this fucking Mesozoic ammonite on my necklace here. Stephen Shooty says, didn't know you were on. Yes, Coors tonight. Yeah, just doing a little Friday night birthday stream. Dr. Pop says, y'all keep quiet. He's going to play. Yeah, just a second when I smoke these last few drags here. Blues Rocker says, MGD in the fridge, drinking one. You talking about Mad Dog? No, MGD, something else, ain't it? Yeah. Awesome says, the Motor City Madman turned into one. He was always a wild and crazy guy. Stephen Shooty says, happy B-Day. Appreciate that. Ogma says, did Jimmy ever play with Ike Turner? I'm sure he met him at some point. I don't know if he ever played with him. Marco says, Stephen Shooty, that's why I subscribe. Stephen Shooty says, how old are you? 42. Ogma says, Jeffrey Albertson says, I've been 18 almost 22 times now. I'm still about probably 16 or something. Waking Dragon says, also saw Ted about 72 trying to be a blues act. 13-year-old kids didn't want that. Again, they left in droves. Didn't think he'd ever make it. Was he still in Amboy Dukes then? I don't know. Okay, so we had a request for BB King. Let's see.
away someday. Thrill is gone, yeah. Thrill is gone away from me. Thrill is gone, yeah. Thrill is gone away from me. Me wrong, but so lonesome I will be. For good. Thrill is gone, yeah. Thrill is gone away for good. You know I'll be up and on, just like I know a good man should. I'm free. Lord, I'm free from your spell. I'm free. Lord, I'm free from your spell. Now that it's over, all I can do is wish you well.
Forgot to cut the background music off. Sorry about that. Scrabble says Epiphones rule. That's a Gibson there, bitch. Yeah, that's a Gibson from the 70s. Marco says unique body design, color on that Les Paul. Yeah, it's like a natural maple fretboard. Like, don't see those much on Les Pauls. They made those back in the 70s. Scrabble says, never met a Gibson. Maury says, great job on The Thrill Is Gone. I sure miss BB. Yeah, he was like pretty much the biggest ambassador for blues music in the modern era. Scrabble says, Lucille. Marco says, is there a tone knob missing? Yep, got one missing. Blues Rocker says, well, that sucks. I took a huge hit, coughed, and now I got a bad headache. Hope it passed soon. Scrabble says, vocals 300. Appreciate that. Ogma says, incredible version. Thank you, man. Marco says, old age. Scrabble says, bless you, blues. And Dr. Pop says, oh, that's why I love the blues. Same chord, same story. Get with it. Understanding and empathy from all. Awesome says, check for a brain tumor. Damn. I think he's talking about Blues Rocker's headache. Mark Fixes says, Thrill never really left. Even if hands hurt, gonna keep picking. That's a good thing to do. Scrabble says, noise. In a very British way, noise. You get a license for that? Blues Rocker says, Ed would love for someone to buy him a drink. Feel free to give him a tip and subscribe to help him out. Yeah, I wish y'all would do that. I would appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like throwing me a tip? You know, I'm basically busking here, so yeah, like shoot me a tip. I will like that a lot. Scrabble B says, I meant Gretches. I use a Gretch. Hey, I got me a Gretch. Those are real good. Mark says, a background on during your playing is fine. There's a limiter that kicks in and pushes it into the dirt. Yeah, I got a limiter on here. Ogma says, bravo. Scrabble says, props to one we call awesome. Appreciate that. Stephen Shooty says, thanks for playing Dad's Les Paul. I have 3 of them. They rule. I mean, yes, pretty much the ultimate guitar, isn't it? Like ultimate electric guitar. Waking Dragon says, that brings back radio memories. I was a kid in the 70s grooving to BB at 10 every night, but right after they'd played DOA by Blood Rock. Time for a shot, maybe? What do y'all think? Marco says, I had the Blood Rock. I've never heard that one. Okay, should we kill the Glenlivet Scotch here? The single malt Scotch, American Oak Selection. Like a little bit left in there. Or we got the Gentleman Jack off here. Y'all tell me. Put it in the comments. Jack or Scotch? Waking Dragon says, hideous gruesome song, DOA. Marco says, I'm with you. Scrabble says, props to Ed for being our new guitar god. Appreciate that a lot, man. Blues Rocker says, was you into Alabama? They were amazing musicians, but I couldn't get into them. Like Alabama, the country band, they had a few good songs, you know, it wasn't really my style, but they were actually discovered at a bar in Myrtle Beach called the Bowery. It's on the boardwalk in Myrtle Beach. I've been there. Tell you a story about that too, like from my dad. Tell you what a fucking nut he was. So we were in Myrtle Beach on vacation one year. He went to the Bowery where Alabama was discovered. He told the people at the bar that he was an A&R person for a record company. He, as his credentials, like he just like flashed them his Sons of Confederate Veterans card. And they bought it, you know, and they gave him free alcohol all night. He told them that to get free beer and shit. And when they finally cottoned on to him, they cut him off and stuff. It's a true story. Dave says Scotch. Stephen Shooty says Jack. Mark says Glenn. So we got 2 votes for Scotch. Scrabble says I'd choose Smirnoff Ice. No, can't do the wine coolers. Scrabble B says just kidding, live it all the way. Okay, another vote for Scotch. Blues Rocker says, not enough Scotch in the bottle, drink the Jack. Alan says, Glenlivet. Maury says, my favorite guitar that I have is a 63 Les Paul Jr. It's actually a SG body style. I bet that's worth some damn money. Shit. Scrabble B says, we'll get to that Jack later. Alan says, how old's the Glen? No age on it. It's kind of weird. Dr. Pop says, kill the bill, save the Jack for later. Mass Mofo says, kill the Scotch, and then you'll want some Jack. Scrabble B says, Mofo gets it. Marco says, I'm working on that proper 12. That's Irish whiskey there. Maury says, Scotch. Okay, Scotch is going to win this. Blues Rocker says, your dad sounded like a funny dude to hang out with. How old would he be today? Let's see. This 2025, he was born in 59, so he'd be, November he would be 66 years old, so he'd be 65 right now. Sebastian says Scotch. Ogma says, don't care, I'm off the drink for medical reasons. Oh, yeah. Ogma's in Ireland, like he's probably had quite a few drinks in his time. Helmut Friesinger says, Habe die Ehre together. 5 o'clocky. Good morning from Bavaria. What's up, man? Guten Tag. All right. Glenn Levitt's. God damn. That's not enough. I'll mix some Jack in there. Fuck it. All right. Scotch mixed with Jack. What an abomination. Let's try this. L'chaim, Prost, Cheers, Salud, Kim Pie. Right down the hatch. Alan Thomas says 65 here. Dr. Pop says, my mom died 2 years ago at 66. I still miss her. Yeah, you never get over burying your parents. It sucks. Yeah. Still got my mom here. Yeah, my dad died back in 2016. Scrabble B says, let's go. Waking Dragon says, I'm 66. Helmut Friesinger says, Prost down there in Bayern. Awesome says, I'm old enough to be his dad too. Scary stuff. Scrabble B says 31 but slow. Alan Thomas says, sorry to hear that, Dr. Pop. Blues Rocker says, I bet that shot was nasty. The Jack Daniels pretty much took over. I just tasted Jack. Mark Fixes says, you just murdered a Scotsman. Yeah, a bunch of Scottish people probably pissed off at me right now for mixing Jack and Scotch. Didn't have enough Scotch left. Mark, I just read that. Helmut Friesinger says, don't you know, slow is precision and precision is fast. Holy moly. I've always heard that drive is time and time is drive. And they say, like, play a song with a lot of drive in it. You just play with good time. That's all you need. Dr. Pop says, Alan Thomas, thank you. Blues Rocker says, the worst part of growing old is keeping your balls out of the water when dropping duty. There's some dad humor there. Sometimes when I'm using a urinal, man, that water in the bottom is cold as hell. Scrabble B says, Jack Daniels tastes like Jim Beam. I can't do the Jim Beam. I can't do the regular Jack Daniels either. Now this gentleman Jack off here, like, much better than old number 7. Christian Thompson says, happy birthday. Thank you very much for that, man. Alan Thomas says, that hat suits you. You were a guitar wizard. I appreciate that very much, man. Mark says, dropping duty's a new one for me. Marco says, might get a poker game going with my son. That's something that I never had any luck at, like poker or gambling and stuff. I went to a casino and played the slots and lost all my damn money. I didn't spend much. Scrabble B says, you deserve the best, Ed. Appreciate that very much. Dr. Pop says, dropping the kids off at the pool. Oh, yeah, that's an expression here, too. Charles Guy says, you play with your thumb over the bass strings, neck choking style. Yeah, this is something I got from Hendrix. I learned that pretty early. Kind of have to do that on certain finger-picking songs, too. Maury says, I just got a temporary layoff notice for July. At least I'll be off second for a month. You getting unemployment, though? Hey, you can get a month off. That's pretty damn cool. I mean, look at the bright side, right? Waking Dragon says, Paige said he never played a bar chord. Come to think of it, I don't remember any Led Zeppelin songs with bar chords. Yeah. I try to stay away from them, you know. Like, kind of a weird thing about bar chords. Like, that's a damn simpleton shit, you know. Mari says, yes on the unemployment. Okay, so at least they got you covered, man. Yeah. Scrabble B says, we used to say dropping logs off the mountain, off of the mountain. Marco says, not a one, no capos either. Did Led Zeppelin ever use a capo? I don't think they did. Not even on the acoustic stuff? Mark says, I know the pool one. Years ago I had a boring job, so me and the boss went through every euphemism for having a shit. The local one is send one to Pinkenba, as they had the sewer treatment plant there. Yeah. Mari says, I'll be able to drink with you in July. Okay, cool. Waking Dragon says, I know two guys got carpal tunnel from bar recording. Damn. Didn't Clapton have a problem with carpal tunnels for a while? Scrabble B says, never once paid for drugs. It's kind of the same thing for me. Like, actually, I bought some pot one time for a girlfriend I was hanging out with, and all the other ones I got were free. Like, my best friend was a drug dealer like back in the day, and he's dead now. But he just give me stuff, you know. You want some acid? Yeah, you know. Blues Rocker says, bar chords on Zeppelin tune, the bridge in Black Dog, also Misty Mountain Hop. Oh, okay. Mark Fixes says, give birth to an alien. Right. Dr. Pop says, Zepp stole so much. Yeah, they ripped off a lot of blues guys, you know. Ogma says, that new Becoming Led Zeppelin film is very good. I have to see that. Mark Fixes says, oh wait, Blues Rocker says Zeppelin stole 26 songs out of their 72 songs they recorded, if I'm remembering that correctly. Mark says, you got carpal is your wrist is bent when playing left hand. Gotta set that strap right to avoid. Yeah. It's a bigger thing with piano players than with guitar players, which I play piano too, so I'll probably get it one day. Scrabble B says, I don't think John Paul Jones was guilty. He was cool. He was a damn good bass player. Good producer, too. Stephen Schutte says, Clapton is suffering from neuropathy currently. Yeah, saw him back in the day. About 18 years old, I saw him. Scrabble B says, Jimmy Page stole many pages. Right. Blues Rocker says, growing up I never played piano, but I always had my hands on my organ. More dad humor there. I got a piano in the house, like a 1924 piano, and I got like an old shitty like electric organ from the 70s. Dr. Pop says, one of my BFs from college ended up marrying a bloke that fitted plant security system. Turns out he's a bit of a twat. Robert Plant, like everybody says he's a twat. He's a twat sometimes in interviews. Or I guess like in your country you say twat, but here we say twat. But but Robert Plant, kind of an asshole. Waking Dragon says, John Paul, huge creative force. He did some good bass lines on some of them Zeppelin songs. Marco says, John Paul produced a lot of In Through the Outdoor. Jimmy whacked out on H. Yeah, see, like John Paul Jones and Jimmy Page like had experience like producing and stuff and playing sessions for people and shit like that, like before they started Led Zeppelin. Robert Plant and John Bonham were both like young guys, and they hadn't been around the block as much. Waking Dragon says, what's better than Roses on Your Piano? I don't know. Scrabble says, the best pianist hand is Rocker, also good movie. The Blues Rocker says, so true. Page hated In Through the Outdoor. And Mallory says, had to learn to rotate my wrist differently with bar chords, then my arthritis started getting bad. Yeah, I'm probably going to have that at some point. Like, I'm getting up there. Scrabble B says, In Through the Outdoor sucked. Tell you what I did, like, one time, though. I was sitting at this desk. I passed out drunk, like with my chin buried in my face, like this on my desk. I got up the next morning, and I had like completely fucked my funny bone up, and I lost feeling on this hand. Yeah, lost feeling in these two fingers here for like a month, and I had to wear like some kind of special like sports thing to keep my hand in line when I was sleeping. Scrabble says Coda wasn't great either. Dr. Pop says Waking Dragon, tulips around my organ. Tulips on your organ, Waking Dragon says. John Stark says the world needs to embarrass John Lennon. Embrace John Lennon, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, you know, what can you say about John Lennon? I mean, that, you know, possibly along with Paul, the greatest two songwriters ever, at least in the past couple of centuries. Love me some Beatles. Marco says Scrabbles, no. Yak Fishing says Eric's neuropathy is in his legs, not his hands, though. Okay, yeah. He's about 80, isn't he? Blues Rocker says Jimmy Page was a high priest in the occult back when they recorded In Through the Outdoor, and I like that album, but it wasn't good as the album before it. Scrabble says love Zepp, just wanted to be honest. Marco says Glass Onion, that's a Beatles song on the White Album there. The John song. Like realistically, like 100 years from now, like the group from the 20th century, you'll probably be hearing about like in music class and stuff like that. Probably the Beatles. And Scrabble says Class Onion. Blues Rocker says most of John Lennon's solo shit sucked, but the great songs he wrote during his solo career would be great forever. Yeah, like yeah, kind of like this Beatles stuff better, you know. Awesome says number nine. Dr. Pop says love some Zepp though, big headphones, reading Philip K. Dick and getting a new way to look. Then get some Hendrix and the Gods Made Love. That's one off of Electric Ladyland. Yeah. Marco says, what's yellow, ugly, and sleeps alone? Waiting for the punchline here. Scrabble says George and the Will Orbisons. Talking about with Roy Orbison. Scrabble says what peaks and never reveals. Marco says Yoko Ono. It's fucking mean. That's mean. You know, John loved the motherfucker, you know. Scrabble says, Marty, you bad. Ogma says, Working Class Hero's a good song. Yeah, that acoustic song he did, Working Class Hero. Green Day covered that too. Maury says, I was born on George Harrison's 14th birthday. Damn, that's cool. Marco says, she was mean. She might have also got him hooked on heroin for a while too. Scrabble says, Marco, that's a funny. Blues Rocker says, John Lennon used to beat Yoko. Yeah, he was a hitter, like he beat his first wife. Yeah. Ogma says, power to the people, good too. Scrabble says, I cracked up, thanks Marco. Steven says, old saying goes, if you want to learn a guitar, learn a Beatles song. That's a good place to start. You know, Chuck Berry, like, really good place to start. Blues Rocker says, like any Rob Zombie. I was not a big fan of Rob Zombie, like what that Hillbilly Deluxe like came out when I was in high school. You know, White Zombie had a couple of good songs. Marco says, Paul's bass runs are awesome. Yeah, brilliant bass player, like just the most brilliant counterpoint like ever, like almost like Bach in nature. Scrabblebee says, you know my name, great Beatles song. You know my name, look up the number. Got the Rolling Stones on there, I think, too. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. This beer's kind of running through me, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. Waking Dragon says, with the power of soul, anything is possible. Love the Gypsy. Yes, a band of Gypsy song there. Dr. Pop says, Waking Dragon, hell yes, get some Jimmy. Scrabble B says, Ween song reference. Marco says, looks like my house. This is my man cave out here. Mark says, shake Percy at the porcelain. It's a euphemism for peeing, I guess. Scrabble says, drain the mollusk. Blues Rocker says, my first song that my sister taught me was Leaving on a Jet Plane by John Denver. I was so grateful when I had a friend teach me some Priest, Sabbath, and Scorpion tunes on the guitar. And nothing wrong with John Denver. I probably would prefer some Sabbath and Priest and shit, but yeah. Never was a Scorpions guy. Ogma says, point Percy at the porcelain. Blues Rocker says, third stone from the sun. I wish I knew that one. I used to know it like years ago. Like, yeah, have to relearn it. Talking about some Jimmy. Scrabble says, bird rock from the bun. I think he might be playing Scrabble over there. Marco says, yak fishing, he bought his house, rarely visited, and burned it down. Yak Fishing says, I want to learn a song worth its salt. Any Rolling Stones will do. Do I know some Rolling Stones? Let me see. Doctor says it's about time you get your punk rock on. Might play a little bit of punk in a bit.
I was born in a crossfire hurricane, and I drowned at the morning driving rain. Well, it's alright now. In fact, it's a gas. Well, it's alright. Jumping jack fast, it's a gas, gas, gas. I was raised by a toothless bitty hand. I was schooled and a strap right across my back. Across my back, well, it's alright now. Back is a gas, well, it's alright. Jumping jack fast, it's a gas, gas, gas. I was drowned, I was washed up there for days. I fell down to my feet and I saw them there. And I frowned at the crumb of a crust of bread. I fell down and a spike right through my head. Through my head, well, it's it's a gas, well, it's alright. Jumping jack fast, it's a gas, gas, gas. Jumping jack fast, it's a gas, gas, gas. Jumping jack fast, baby, it's a gas. Jumping jack fast, it's a gas, 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 baby. Jumping jack fast, baby, it's a gas.
All right. The Rolling Stones. Here's one I'll do, an old blues song the Stones covered. If I can retune this thing. Where's that fucking... I'm gonna find a slide. It was an old spiritual tune that Mississippi Fred McDowell did, and the Stones covered it.
got to move, you got to move. You got to move, child, you got to move. When alone, get ready, you got to move. You might be high, you might be low. You might be rich, child, you might be poor. But when alone, get ready, you got to move. You see that woman walk the streets. You see that policeman out on his beat. When alone, get ready, you got to move. You got to move, you got to move. You got to move, child, you got to move. When alone, get ready, you got to move.
All right. A little bit of old stuff there. Mark says, what do cows sing when they get the blues? And the punchline is, you got to moo. You got to moo. Fucking dad jokes. Let's see, Waking Dragon says, oh, hell yeah, you got to move. That made my night. Cool, man. Appreciate that. Alan Thomas said, I was just listening to Mississippi Fred McDowell last night. He was a good guy, hill country blues singer. Yak Fishing says, you go, Ed. Great cover, bro. Appreciate that. Mark says, I just read that. Marco says, the moves. Dr. Pop says, Universal. Yak Fishing says, Ed, you need some oil on that neck, brother, bad. Some oil. I don't know. You mean my neck here or the guitar neck? See, Awesome says, moo, I drink tons of milk. Great for me. Alan Thomas says, you said soul is crap. Ergo soulless. Talking to Alan. Alan says, none in your collection. Blues Rocker says, yippee, yippee cow patty. Now, soul music's great, man. Dr. Pop says you get some teething sucks. LOL. Talking to Awesome there. What do y'all got for me there? Talk to me, folks. Few months, I will have outlived Elvis Presley. I'm 42 years old now. Kind of a miracle. Alan Thomas says, sweet resonator. Appreciate that, man. Marco says, lube the string contact points a bit. I never did that. I never used lube on the strings, really. Are you talking about like on the bridge and the nut? Yeah, I fucking lube the nut on the guitars and stuff. Lit Arts Live says, hello from Batavia, New York. What's up, man? How you doing? Blues Rocker says, Old English for dark woods will condition and darken the fretboard to the original color without messing up the finish or fret mark. Oh, they're talking about oiling the damn fretboard. Okay, yeah, never did that either very much. Yeah. Yeah, it might need some. Yeah, kind of oiling up the rosewood. I just never saw a need to do it. Alan Thomas says, New York State, yay. Mark says, did I already ask if you play any Tom Waits? I don't know no Tom Waits. Probably couldn't get that voice right either. Marco says, polish, buff the bridge contacts. I think it made a difference for good tuning. Yeah, I have done that before, like on fenders especially, like on the saddle pieces on a Strat. Now the bridge on that resonator there is like wood. Mass Mofo says, lube, just spit on it. Right. Charles Guy says, like the vibrato in your voice. I appreciate that, man. I just kind of learned to sing through brute force. Like, had to sing for all the bands I was in for 25 years and just kind of learned it over time. Yak Fishing says, oil the LP too. The neck will dry out if not. Like a maple neck like that? I didn't think a maple neck needed oil. Dr. Pop says, wasn't a bad thing for awesome. Got to give some teats a suck. This is how we most did. Blues Rocker says, just wipe off the fret wires before it dries with a paper towel. While it's wet, or fret wires will feel gritty until it wears off. Alan Thomas says, Yak, did you get my joke? Yak says, looks like the clear has worn off on that maple. Am I mistaken? Yeah, some of it has, yeah. Yeah, this thing here, this is pretty well worn. You know, it's from 1978. My dad bought it in 77, but it's a 78 model. You can see here the dark spots here. Yeah, the finish is kind of worn off. Needs frets too, like needs new frets. Marco says humidity is important for acoustics. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, like you go to Guitar Center, they keep the acoustics in a humidity controlled room. Mass Mofo says use beef tallow. That'll go rancid after a while, won't it? Yak Fishing says, Alan, I didn't see it. Where's it at? Maori says, man, there's a big difference between Squires, maple neck, fretboards, and fenders. See, I never had a Squire. I've always had fenders. Let Arts Live says, Zach Myers PRS guitar. What a beautiful guitar quality. Should have brought that PRS out tonight. I got it in the house. Like me a PRS. Cosmic Sunbeam says, weed. There's smoke up there, brother. Waking Dragon says, and the Republic. Alan Thomas says, when you asked why you were soulless, I said, none of your collection ergo soulless. Marco says, cosmic sunbeams, that notion just crossed my mind. Blues Rocker says, maple necks don't need oil when they're finished woods, but if there's no finish on it, Old English would work, but don't use dark woods Old English on a maple neck. Again, white fret wires while wet. Yak Fishing says, Alan, I missed it. Do a repeat. I was cooking dinner for my dogs, so was only listening, not able to read. Let Arts Live says, that's what I need to do, smoke weed, because I feel like shit after I quit. Yep. I still got my fucking birthday girl thing from last year. Check it out. The birthday girl, yay! Got it on backwards. Oh, Maury says, all my acoustic guitars are in the laundry room for the humidity in the winter. Wife not too happy about that. Really? Like if your wife is complaining about guitars, what mine does too, have to lay down the law with that, you know. Blues Rocker says, I don't go to AA because AA is for quitters. Right. Marco says, Maury, wives are rarely happy. Dr. Pop says, it's time for a bit of bluegrass. Ellen says, outfit complete. Gary Toner says, Ed, what's up, man? Let Arts Live says, happy birthday. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's do some bluegrass. Gary says, you're a talented dude. Appreciate that very much, man. Let Arts Live says, AA made me want to get drunk. Yak Fishing says, I got it, Alan. Just can't do soul music for what they're calling R&B music is so rock and roll Hall of Fame to me. It just doesn't belong, like Nelly, Beyonce, and the likes. Oh yeah, it's kind of like too poppy, like that kind of stuff. Alrighty. See if I can fuck up some banjo here. Let's sing one. Clawhammer style, mountain style. Get the capo on here. Let's do some fucking hillbilly shit.
Down the road here from me, there's no hollow tree where you lay down a dollar Preacher rode by, let his head high, stood high, said his wife had come down with the flu. He thought that I ought to sell him a quart of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and that cruising on through. I'll shut my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and that cruising on through. I'll shut my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew.
A little bit of claw hammer style banjo there from the mountains. That's a good old Mountain Dew. I got some down here. Might do a little bit in a second. Mari says, man, I love that banjo picking. Got to learn how. It's hard as fuck, actually. Like, it's pretty damn hard. Dr. Pop says, and now I know grass is the best music. Yeah, that bluegrass kicks ass. I spent the first like 9 or 10 years of my life like just listening to bluegrass. Blues Rocker says, it's sad to me that you don't have anyone there to hang out with you. I wish I lived closer to you. I mean, I'm sure like plenty of people around here would like to come on the show, like friends of mine and stuff, but I'm antisocial, so I do the show by myself. Have had the band on like a couple times. Blues Rocker says, it's sad to me, just read that. Alan Thomas says, the true guitarists and other musicians are humble and always underplay how good they are. You got to be humble, man. You know. Like, good as you are, there's always somebody out there that's fucking better. Like, there's people out there that can kick my ass on a fucking guitar and stuff, you know. Kind of get a big head and then you meet somebody like that and it's like, damn, okay, I'm not that good. Shit. Alan Thomas says, I just read that. Nick Champlin says, hello from Arizona. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. Dr. Pop says, here in the UK it's fab to listen to some good old Southern plucking. Cool. Yeah, I heard they have bluegrass festivals over there and stuff. Sonny Ray says, brother, how blue can you get tonight? Need to learn the words to how blue can you get. Blues Rocker says, cannonball on the banjo. Like the Wabash cannonball? I know that on guitar. Charles Guy, sorry man. Charles Guy says, Mike Campbell would never let his roadies clean his guitar necks. Yeah, I was never too particular about like the slickness of my neck and stuff. Like I don't know. I do clean the fretboard like sometimes. Jody says, happy birthday. Well, yeah, appreciate that very much. Blues Rocker says, check this out. Blues Rocker says, won't get in YouTube trouble. Like to post a link, I'd have to make you a mod. Let me mod you. Hang on. All right, there. Nick Champlin says, so I'm a competitive shooter. I'm 3 sheets to the wind. Just shot 2% better than sober. Someone needs to pay us to study the performance enhancing effects of the booze. Well, up to a certain point, like booze will help your performance. Like, and after that point, like it'll fuck your performance up. Like, you know, like in a studio, like, you know, like a good 6-pack, like, you know, it'd be loose, you know. After that, like, you'll start to suck. Blues Rocker says, gavel the spoon. Let's see what we got here. Let's watch some stuff from the Blues Rockers. And before I do that, let me restart the chat real quick. Get kind of glitchy here. Shitty computer, you know. Hang on 1 second, y'all. All right. Let's see what Blues Rocker sent me. It says a guy playing with a spoon. Hang on. Who is that? Teaspoon guitar, Nicholas Pepin. Got a pipe in his mouth. Oh shit, he's got the spoon in his mouth, like playing the guitar like with the spoon as a slide. That's fucking crazy. That's nuts. Damn. That's pretty damn interesting right there. I gotta try that one day. JB says, great shirt, Ed. Appreciate that very much. Marco says, hit the like button. Yeah, y'all do that. Hit that like button. Subscribe. I'm like about 80 subscribers away from getting like, what is it, 47,000? Redskin says, wow. Nick Champlin says, crazy. Marco says, that is whack. Redskin says, extra finger. Mark says, haha, cool. That would make my neck hurt. Blues Rocker says, pretty cool what they did. That was awesome. Dr. Pop says, get some. Let Arts Live says, wow, I've never seen that. Redskin says, man, a constant sorrow. I didn't have to learn the lyrics to it like I used to know it. Marco says, I tried a bent bottle top on my finger. Mari says, I understand the antisocial bit. I'm a bit of a misanthrope. Yeah. I'm fucking extremely anti-people. But, you know. Blues Rocker says, Ed's not into Man of Constant Sorrow. I'm also not sure it's in his key range. I used to know it. Like, I got to relearn the lyrics. Yeah, Ralph Stanley used to play it. Nick Champlin says, I think that's the same spot they shot Brushy One String. Happy birthday, bud. Appreciate that very much, man. Dr. Pop says, time for punk. Okay, we can play some punk. Shit. Let me think of a punk song. Marco says, God save the Queen. Let me see if I can think of the fucking lyrics. Some classic punk. No, wrong. Wait, no. Hang on. That was Anarchy in the UK.
The Queen. We mean it, man.
No, wrong lyrics.
God save the Queen. The fascist regime. They made you a moron, a potential H-bomb. God save the God save the McLaren. In your head, it's not what you see. Toilet with what you wanted, down the toilet with what you need. No future, no future, no future for me. God save the Queen. So to start money, and I'll pick your head. It's not what you see.
About all the words I know to it.
Shove my cock right down his throat. So what? So what? So what? So what? You boring little cunt. Who cares? Who cares about you? Who cares? Who cares what you do? No. I've been here and I've been there. I've been every fucking where. So what? So what? I've been to Hastings and I've been to Brighton. I've been to Eastbourne too. So what? So what? So what? So what? You boring little cunt. Who cares? Who cares about you? Who cares? Who cares about you? You. I've jacked off until I bleed. So what? So what? So what? So what? You boy little cunt. Who cares? Who cares what you do? Who cares? Who cares about you?
Little bit of anti-nowhere league there. Old British punk, you know. I think Metallica covered that one time. Some lovely poetic lyrics there about sheeps and goats and stuff. Let Arts Live says, do you know the Queen is dead? Yeah, a couple of years ago she died, yep. Ought to change it to God Save the King, I guess. Dr. Pop says, yes, Kinks. Shit, I don't know no words to Kinks stuff. Blues Rocker says, I used to play the theme to the Pink Panther, Addams Family, and the Munsters. I always thought the Munsters was better than the Addams Family. I liked both shows, but I preferred the Munsters. Marco says, close enough. Damn. Dr. Pop says, so what? Blues Rocker says, I know that you has said on an older stream that you warmed up for Anal Cunt. Did you like any of their tunes? Yeah, I mean, if you can call them tunes, yeah. Yeah, I did open for that band one time when I was 18 years old. 30-second songs, you know, funniest titles ever. They were a great band to see live, great band to mosh to. Let me grab me a beer here. Dr. Pop says, fuck me rigid. Watching you play, so what? Live is a gift. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Marco says, did punk beget thrash? Yeah, I mean, yeah, thrash had a lot of punk influence. Yeah. Dude, a lot of people used to think Metallica was a punk band back in their early days. Nick says, did we do a D-Day song? I don't think I know any D-Day songs. Might be some old swing songs from the 40s that were about World War II and stuff. Redskin says, what kind of beer is that? It's a Guinness Extra Stout. The good Guinness. He says, Sultans of Swing? Shit, don't really know it. Shovel says, Adam's Family had humor aimed more for the adults. But I was a Monsters guy. You restart the music here. Blues Rocker says, when was the last time you listened to the album Physical Graffiti? Need to check out 10 years after. Physical Graffiti, like a Led Zeppelin album? Been a long time since I heard that. Redskin says, Curtis Lowe, shit, I don't think I remember that one all the way through, and I'm kind of retired from Leonard Skinner. Had to play him so much like back in the day. Blues Rocker says, 10 years gone, I'm in. It's on the album. Okay, yeah, I have to hear that. Been a long time since I heard Physical Graffiti. Let Arch Live says, I like Houses of the Holy. That was a good one. It had No Quarter on there. Blue Jean Blues by ZZ Top. Shit. I remember it, but I don't know how to play it. Went like a minor key. Dr. Pop says, if you have kinks, check out See My Friends album. Yeah, I have to look that one up. I know the kinks, like like big stuff, like fucking You Really Got Me and stuff like that. And Redskin says, nationwide? You mean I'm bad? I'm nationwide. Let me see. Don't know the lyrics. Marco says, Jimmy kind of owns Zep. The rest work for him. I believe Jimmy Page like produced all their albums. See, like him and John Paul Jones were like really experienced and stuff. Like they had been session guys and all that stuff. Robert Plant and John Bonham were like younger guys, and they hadn't been around too much. Roy Explorer says, hi Ed, do you know In My Time of Dying, by the way? Happy birthday. Appreciate that, man. I do not know that one. That's a Zep tune. I'd have to learn that one. Dr. Pop says Zep 2 was the best. That had how many more times on it, didn't it? Yeah, and I think Moby Dick too. Redskin says rock and roll ain't noise pollution, talking about AC/DC there. Blues Rocker says Eddie Kramer recorded Led Zeppelin's albums too. Yeah, that's right. I believe Glenn Johns did some shit too, didn't he? And Shovel says, so nice to be stoned by a white witch is a fun tune. Mari says, you far too humble. I've seen a lot of players, and you're one of the best I've seen and heard. I appreciate that very much, man. Redskin says, Mary Had a Little Lamb by SRV. That's one I need to learn also. Yeah, I don't know the words to it. All that good stuff. Smoke me a cigarette right now. Ooh, yeah. Blues Rocker says, Mary had a hairy clam. I'll write that one for the next record. Sonny Ray says, I like rock and roll, but blues at heart. Yeah, I mean, kind of the same thing for me, too. I've kind of gotten soured on a lot of rock and roll music lately, like just from playing it so long. Playing it in bars for 25 years, you know. Most of the rock I listen to these days is like weird shit, you know, like off the wall type stuff. Nick Champlin says, so your B-Day being D-Day, Body and Soul came out that year, 1944. You don't mean Bill Monroe's Body and Soul, do you? And I believe there might be another song called Body and Soul, too, yeah. Blues Rocker says, Freddie King, I can do that for you. All right, let me smoke this cigarette here. In fact, let me go ahead and do some Freddie King. I'll relight this thing here. Make sure I put it out. Okay, there. Redskin said, play a song about drinking. All right. We'll do Sitting Here Drinking by Muddy Waters. Do this Freddie King tune here. Just a reminder, super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me, like send me a super chat. I will appreciate that. I'm basically busking here. No, let's do some finger picking. Speaking of a drinking song, "Good Liquor Carry Me Down" by Big Bill Brunsey. Let's try that one. Kind of my finger picking version of it. He played piano on the original.
I know a little girl about 16 years old. She said, "Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul." And I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. When I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to sleep, mama's a gallon out of sight. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. The doctor with my head in my hand. Doctor said, "Big Bill, I think I had to give you monkey glands." Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. And I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Big Bill Brunsey, "Good Liquor Carry Me Down." Start the background music back up here. Relight my cigarette that I was working on when y'all so rudely interrupted me with a request. Nick Champlin says, "Love that tune. Appreciate it, man." Shovel says, "Drinking makes me break out in handcuffs." Redskin says, "Me too." Marco says, "Way cool. Appreciate that." Blues Rocker says, "Alcoholics don't run in my family. We just stumble into things and break shit." Right. Yeah, fucking alcoholics don't run in my family either. We just fight and stuff, you know. Dr. Pop says, "I recognize that." Yes, old Big Bill Brunsey tune from the 40s. Shovel says, "Good tune. Appreciate it." Redskin says, "Sick, Ed. Thank you." Appreciate you, man. Oh, and Nick Champlin sent me a $2 super chat. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like throwing a tip in the tip bucket, like send me a super chat. I will appreciate that a lot. Keeps the show going. Marco says, "The Blues Rockers, I didn't know you drank till I seen you sober." Alan Thomas says, "Nick, you're 14 years late. Who were you thinking about for 1944? Billie Holiday that year. Who else?" Redskin says, "That's a really cool song." That's a good song. Oh, yeah. Oops, shot anybody? we got here? Okay. Let's see. In my right hand here, we got the Gentleman Jack Off. The real Jack Daniels, better than old number 7. The Tennessee Sour Mash. And right here we got some more Tennessee stuff. Some damn Tennessee corn liquor from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. The Mountain Legacy Corn Whiskey by Sugarland Shines. 120 proof. Y'all tell me, Shine or Jack? Tell me what in the chat. Mari sends me $19.99 on a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats keep the show going here. Alan Thomas says Body and Soul, Coleman Hawkins, 1939. The tune 1930. Okay. I was thinking about Bill Monroe's Body and Soul. Frank Morgendorfer says GJ. Shovel says, have a drink for our brothers that fell in Normandy. All right, I'll do that. Alan Thomas says corn. Redskin says life of the show. Thanks, man. Alan Thomas says shine. Blues Rocker says 120 proof. It's your birthday. Marco says better have some Jack. Moonshine winning so far. Nick Champlin says Nat King Cole 1944 Body and Soul. Okay, yeah. I knew that was some other song like beside the Bill Monroe version. Maury says happy birthday, Ed. Got to clean up and get the hell out of the factory. All right, well, you have a good one, man. Thank you for that happy birthday wish there. Blues Rocker says pour a shot on your hand. If you get your hand drunk enough, you can take advantage of her later. No, my hand don't talk back, man. Redskin says, birthday, you could just crawl in the house. Yep. Might try that later. I believe corn liquor is going to win this vote. Shovel says, she wears my ring. Redskin says, no, the watermelon crawl. Oh, God, yeah. That old fucking country song, yeah. You drink, don't drive, and do the watermelon crawl. Yeah. All right. Okay, time for the real shit, I guess. Corn liquor. Blues Rocker says, I learned sign language so I could talk to her. Marco says Lizard King. I told y'all last week I'm the fucking amphibian king. I can do like some stuff. Okay. Nick says cheers. Alrighty. Cheers to all the good folks who fell at the invasion of Normandy in 1944 on this day, or yesterday. It's 12:18 a.m. now. Also, cheers to me for being my birthday on the June the 6th. And, L'chaim, saludos, Kimpai, prost, all that good stuff. Skol, slanta, right down the hatch, moonshine. And to make the corn liquor face. Yeah. Blues Rocker says crawling king snake. I could probably do that. Redskin says HBD. Marco says salute. Shovel says cheers, brothers. Let's try some crawling king snake. Probably be like an older version of it. everything's sounding right. Okay. Les Pauls are kind of cheap. You gotta fuck with them to make them sound right.
Well, I'm a crawling king snake. I rules my den. I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't be asking about my maid. I won't have you for my friend. Crawling up to your window, crawling up to your door. Baby, you see me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rule my den. Don't be asking about my maid, baby. I won't have you for my friend. Called me crawling when the grass was very high. No, you see me crawling, baby, until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rule my den. Don't be messing around my maid. I won't have you for my friend.
Little bit of crawling king snake. I believe Big Joe Williams probably the first one to do that, and good old John Lee Hooker did it, and the Doors did it, of course. Oh, got a super chat here from Shovel 1999. He says, "Happy birthday to you." Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate them super chats. They are the life of the show. Really appreciate that, dude. Let's see. Marco says, "Blues rockers, best thing you could do is learn those licks." Let me start the background music here. Jay Hines says, "Hey, Ed and everyone, just got off work a bit ago and clicked on. Heard you say it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Appreciate it, man." Blues rocker says, "Shovel bought you a shot. Maybe the next one will taste better than the store-bought shine." Right. Marco says, "You have a YouTube channel?" Yeah, I'm on it, right? Oh, he's talking about Redskin. Oh yeah. Jay Hines says, "Ed, it's still your birthday here in North Dakota." Yeah, a few hours behind. Alan Thomas says, "My gentleman Jack in storage, getting set for a move. So forgive me all. I have left here to drink with you All I have here to drink with you is old number 7. Yeah, can't do the old number 7. Like, too much fire in it. YouTuber says, how come you ain't got no chest hair, Ed? I'm just kind of like really highly evolved and stuff, you know. But Redskin says, yeah, if you like watching paint dry. Marco says, YouTuber American Indian thing. I do have some Indian blood. Can't grow a full beard either. Like, can't grow fucking hair on the sides of my face. I get this goatee coming in here and stuff. Blues Rocker says, Ed's got some Native American in him. A little bit, yeah. Sonny Ray says, rocking cheap sunglasses and feeling the blues. Cool. YouTuber says, what kind? Let's see. Cherokee, I believe. Helmet Freezing Gear says, yes, happy birthday. Shovel says, highly evolved. You see, Jay Hines says, Ed, think you might have caught that, but I was quoting the Beatles' birthday. Do you do that tune? But I don't know it all the way through. I know the riff to it. But YouTuber says, I thought you looked Asian, Ed. Asian? Shit. Slightly slanted eyes. I don't know. I just kind of like squint because of the lights I have here, like these big ass lights like sitting right next to me. But there's my eyes right there. Let me see here. Blues Rocker says, if whiskey put hair on your chest, Ed would have chest hair that would tickle his pickle when he peed. Yeah, I'm not a hairy man except on my head, I guess. Can't even grow a full beard. Nick says, too tall. Now I'm a tall guy, 6'2", you know. Redskin says his eyes just low from the shine. Yep. Jay Hines says, Ed, can you just give us a taste of the Beatles? Say it's your birthday? I could try that, all right. Dr. Pop says maybe some Viking. I've got like a smidgen of like Norwegian or something like that in me, like a 1-2%, like, you know, from a DNA test my sister took. Like, the Blues Rocker says, how old's your wife? She's a year younger than me. She'll be 41 this year. Let's see. Let's see if I can do it.
Say it's your birthday! Happy birthday to y'all!
Jay Hines says, the Blues Rocker, I don't have much hair on my chest either. As far as I know, I don't have any native in me. Nick Champlin says, nice, appreciate it. Jay Hines says, Ed, yeah, there you go. You got it. Blues Rocker says, 41 and her mama still calls her baby. Remember that tune, Delta Dawn? I can't remember that one. Marco says, the Voyager craft had a quote from American Indians. Don't let these people on your land. True. Damn. That's pretty awesome. Redskin says, that's hilarious. Let's see, Broke Blake's spare chain says, nice Gibson, appreciate that. That's a 1978 Gibson Les Paul. Custom. Let me restart this real quick. Camera's getting kind of glitchy. Blues Rocker says, I'd rather go blind. Have to learn that one. Jay Hines says, Yeah, it's going to be a party. It's talking about the Beatles' birthday. Broke Blake says, looks prime. Appreciate that. It's pretty beat up. Good old 70s Les Paul. My dad bought that for $1,000 back in 1977. It's a 78 model. Helmut Friesengear says, happy birthday song from the Beatles. It's a great version. I like to send it to my friends, but it give one birthday version, which is the world's best version. It's Elvis Presley's version of it. Elvis Presley doing happy birthday. He says, happy birthday. Thank you very much for that, man. Donka. Redskin says, mind if we check out the finish close up? Alan Thomas says, can some love for Epiphone get spread? Epiphones are very good guitars. Like, as far as quality control these days, they're kind of on par with the fucking Gibsons, you know. Blues Rocker says, Peter Green did a tune called Oh Will. Remember that tune? No, I'd have to hear it. I'm not very well versed in the early Fleetwood Mac. Jay Hine says, Helmet, I'm not familiar with Elvis Presley's version of the Beatles' Happy Birthday. I'd have to check it out. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that either. Dr. Pop says, play what you want to play. Give yourself a full-on guitar. Play what you want to play. Yeah, I'll do some shit in a second. All right. Jay Hine says, Helmet V. Gates. German for how you doing. Broke Blake says, I'm going to make a story up for my guitar like that. Alan Thomas says, thanks, because I have one all I can afford. Music Blogger says, do you know any Korn songs? No, not a big fan of Korn. Like, they got big when I was in high school. Like, wasn't into new metal at all, really. Blues Rocker says, I'm going to send you some early Fleetwood Mac. I know you're going to like it. Alrighty then. I believe they did Dust My Broom, like, didn't they? In the early days. Redskin says, Wagon Wheel. Oh, Jesus. No. Blues Rocker says, yes. Helmet says, Guten Morgen, Jay. Wie man so schön sagt, bast sure. Bast sure. Marco says, Korn liquor songs. Shovel says, Marilyn Monroe singing happy birthday to JFK. Yeah, that'll be, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Alan Thomas says, Shovel, nice. Blues Rocker says, play any Blues Breakers? Well, I actually did, old fucking Hideaway earlier. They played that, actually. You have to learn some more Blues Breakers stuff. Broke Blake says, got the life. Nick Champlin says, I got the Epiphone SG, just made in China instead of USA. You know, the Epiphones are cool, man. I got like a few Epiphones in the house. You know, I bring them out on the show sometimes. Let Arts Live says, how old were you when you started playing guitar? Did you have lessons? I was about 10 years old, something like that. My dad got me started. He played guitar, so he gave me a few lessons, and I took it from there. Redskin says, scuttlebutt that shit. Alan Thomas says, Nick Knight. Okay, we'll do some scuttlebutting. Alan says, I'll keep watching. This is the guitar I learned on, by the way. I was like 10 years old, like trying to hold this heavy bastard. All right, Scuttle Button by Stevie Ray Vaughan. A few fuck ups in there, but you know. Sporty Otter says, good morning, Edward. Now the party can begin. What's up? How you doing there? Guten Tag. She says, what Marco said. Shovel says, if you buy an Epiphone inspired by Gibson acoustic, hang on, like it scrolled past me. Be sure that the serial number, the 5th and the 6th number should be 23. Made in Indonesia guitars are better than the China made. It never had an Epiphone acoustic. Looked like a few electrics by Epiphone. Shovel says, hola, sport. Sonny Ray says, sitting here with cornbread, buttermilk, and the blues. It's been a long time since I had some cornbread, actually. Need to make some one day. Sporty Otter says, do I see a digger today? Who missed me so? She says, Shovel Beam. Alan Thomas says, see those Epiphones? The Gibson Epiphone did a dirty trick with one inspired by Gibson $1,000 burst buckers. $1,200 or $1,300 custom buckers. Made me enough time and playing different pickups, so fuck them. Blues Rocker says, gotta go for the night. Happy I caught you on tonight. I hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday. I smashed the like button. Peace to you all. You have a good one, Blues Rocker. See you later, man. Marco says, I have an Epiphone from the store. It had a short in the volume pot. Stuff happens. I got a Gibson that's kind of crackly in the volume pot, like my fucking SG like crackles and stuff in the volume pot. Paid $2,000 for it. Marco says, I just read that. Alan Thomas says, will not drop another $1,000 to find out. Sporty says, happy birthday, Edward. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Helmet says, happy birthday, baby, from Elvis Presley. Check it out. I think you'll like it. Okay, yeah, I'll look that up. All right. Alan says, see ya, blues. Shovel says, buenos alojas, rocker. Sporty Otter says, we needed your wisdom now and then, Shovel. Let Arts Live says, I have an acoustic Epiphone made in Korea. Is pretty good. Shovel says, too kind. Yeah, cigarette right here. Sporty Otter says, put my party hat on for the birthday bash. Yep, 42 today. The age that Elvis was when he kicked the bucket. So hopefully this year I won't, keel over like bloated and purple, dead on the toilet, high on fucking Dilaudid or whatever the fuck Elvis was taking. Shovel says none are bad. The QC in Indonesia is just better currently. The quality control. Yep, like when I bought the fucking Gibson SG $2,000 guitar, like a 61 reissue, the first one came in like had like a big fucking blotch in it, like a big dent where it had been like hitting stuff. Had to send it back and get another one. They sent me another one. Like the quality control at Gibson is pretty fucked up these days. Martian Murray says, got me some IPA to celebrate with you. Cool. Got me some Guinness right here. Marco says, buenos alojas. Sporty says, what do those little crowns with numbers mean? Crown number 2. Not sure what you mean. Nick Champlin says, do you think Elvis was assassinated? Nah, he just kind of did too many drugs. Music Blogger says, where did you order it from? If you don't mind me asking, it was, I believe it was a musician's friend. Yeah. Internet. Shovel says YouTube's latest gimmick. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Those numbers with the crowns on here. Yeah. Okay. I believe that's like the people who make the most chats or something. Helmet says XXX. Martian Murray says the crowns indicate most active in the chat. Sporty Otter says Marco has a crown number 2, for example. Yeah. Sporty says I figured so. Diddery-doo. Marco says Maryland was a hit. Alan Thomas says I was in the car with family coming back from Disney World when the news came over the radio of his death. All the freeway traffic just came to a crawl. Damn. Talking about like the death of Elvis. Shit. Frank Morgendorfer says 42. Sorry, Ed. It's all downhill from now on. Remember to go out with a bang and not a blocked colon like King. Yeah, I'm going to try to. Yeah. Try not to get as fucked up as he did. Shovel says points for being a professional bucket mouth. Nick Champlin says chats plus donations. Alan Thomas says Marco. Sporty Otter says LOL. I don't like rankings, so I'll ignore the crowns. Dr. Pop says, do you think Hendrix was assassinated? Now, he took a bottle of fucking sleeping pills from his girlfriend who was German. The label on the sleeping pill bottle was in German, so he didn't know the dosage. So he took way too many and OD'd on them, basically. Downed him with a bottle of wine, too. Let's see, Sporty Otter says, no, George Ordway says, aloha, everyone. Happy belated birthday, Ed. What's up, man? How you doing? Marco says, Mike Francisi, Mafia, CIA, you know the rest. Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, the Mafia guy. Sporty Otter says, hi, George Ordway. Swamp Donkey says, dress for the slide, not the ride. George Ordway says, hi, Sporty. Let me try restarting this chat one more time. Shit's being so glitchy right now. The camera's being glitchy. All right. Helmet says in Hawaiian Blues, Chuck Berry, I love it. Chuck Berry was cool as hell. Oh yeah. Marco says drowned in vomit. Yeah. Jimmy like choked on puke, like from taking too many sleeping pills. And he was trying to pass out and like wake up the next day and go to America on a plane. Sporty says there's enough bullshit conspiracy in reality to have to imagine new ones. Right. The Redskin says drink that shine with a straw. That'd be kind of lame, right? To drink shine with a straw. Sporty Otter says, hi, Garage. Let Arts Live says, I'm surprised I've never heard of you. You're one of the best blues players I've ever seen. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you, man. Redskin says, wazza, Otter Pop. Leland Tore Down says, hey, Ed, what electric you playing tonight? Got the Gibson Les Paul back there. Sporty says, Pop Club. You're drinking some goddamn Guinness. Guinness Extra Stout, the real Guinness. The draft stuff's kind of lacking in flavor. Sporty says pop in Germany is a naughty verb. Poppin'. Didn't learn that one in German class. Like, don't know what that means. Maybe a Helmet could tell us. George says, toss a little jingle in the PayPal tip jar. I appreciate that very much, George. Thank you for that, man. You also got like a PayPal you can donate to. PayPal don't take a cut like YouTube does. He left a link there. Nick Champlin says, there's the Shaq graphic for your Patreon. I always thought it was an Elvis Shack. I'm talking about like on the side here. Like over here. Ed, have you ever had Samuel Smith? Yeah, Samuel Smith's Nut Brown and Samuel Smith's Porter, Oatmeal Porter. Yeah, that's good shit there. Yeah. Some English beer there. And Marco says, Sporty Otter Pop, Humpty Dumpty was pushed. Yeah, they killed that motherfucker, Humpty Dumpty. Sporty says, Veer poppin' is the same as doing the deed, tame slang. Okay, yeah. Jay Hines says, Sporty Otter, how you doing? I thought you were from the UK. You from Germany? It lives in Germany. Sonny Ray says, I see. Sporty says, indeed, shovel, I do fizzle. Redskin says, till you try it. I'm telling you, watermelon crawl. Nah, fuck that. It's a terrible country song. See, Alan Thomas says, Marco. Sporty Otter says, Marco by all the king's men. Sporty says, the king hired them to do it. Redskin says, a straw will fuck you up. I bet it will. Like on a moonshine jug. And George Ordway says, get the background music album here. Yeah, like the stuff you hear in the background, like that's my album there. It's right here. If the Creek Don't Rise. Y'all check that out. He sent a link there. George Ordway did. Thank you for putting that on there. Sporty says, I'm from Chicago, Jay, but right now live in Germany. Swamp Donkey says, a heavy English beer makes me a hooligan. Yeah, I've had a few heavy English beers, like some damn barley wine and stuff like that. Sporty says, Wir haben Zeit. Shovel says, shine, melt the straw. Sporty says, opportunities came, so I went here to France, to Spain. Redskin says, shovel. Like Italy, like, you know, might take that chance, like if the opportunity came, like live in fucking Italy, you know. France too. Like Marco says, be no mud if the creek don't rise. I heard that before. It's an old southern saying, you know. Sporty says, redskin, garage, shovel digs deep. Truth. Swamp Donkey says, head. Sporty says, my cool live guide is working. As I wanted, I'm starting to see the cool kid chatters mix and match now. Redskin says, somebody call Ed an escort. Shit. I don't pay for that shit. You ought to be paying me. Sporty says, folks I met elsewhere showing up here. George Ordway says, Ed, have you ever drank from a yard glass? Not a difficult once you get the rotation rate figured out. I've seen those. Like somebody showed me one of those on the show. It's like something they do in Britain. They got like a damn glass of beer like that goddamn long. You got to drink the whole thing. Like never tried that. Jay says, I speak some German and I can't understand half the stuff that comes out in different movies. They have a lot of different dialects in Germany, the country, and also Switzerland and Austria. But I took 2 semesters of German in college, like, still can't speak it very good. I could probably make it, like, if I was in Germany, I could survive. I could, like, order food and order a beer and stuff like that, you know. Sporty says, Edward needs some birthday balloons. Right. Redskin says, happy birthday, appreciate it, man. Sporty says, yeah, they have different dialects from village to village, even, Jay. The village's ancient dialect is yucky. I believe in Germany, they have like like High German or like a standard language they speak, and then like in local areas they got their own little dialects and stuff. Yeah. Sporty says, I could write a poem in 4 languages in the same work. Swamp Donkey says, everyone got a different dialect. I got a pretty fucked up version of English I speak. I would say myself. Down here in South Kakalaki in the deep south. Jay Hines says, Sporty Otter, yes, exactly. We have some ancient dialects in the area where I live in North Dakota, going back to the 1800s. But I knew like a couple of my great grandparents, and they spoke kind of weird. They'd say, I see you directly. That's what they would say. Like, you'd call them on the phone, I'm gonna come to your house, like, see you directly. Martian Murray says, in Spanish, I could eat and ask for beer. Martian Murray says, I'm from South Texas. Let Arts Live says, Cajun dialect or something. Yeah, Cajun's pretty fucked up. Yeah. I can't understand, like, some people from, like the backwoods in Louisiana. Jay Hines says, yeah, they call the city German High German, and the country German is Little German, but they should not call it low and look down on the country German. Sporty says, Spanish has dialects too. In Spain, they laughed at me so bad because I learned from Mexicans. Had to learn the proper accent. And yeah, the fucking Spanish-speaking world is so big. I mean, there's got to be like a lot of really thick dialects, you know. Redskin says, I know ancient dialect. Fart. Swamp Donkey says, burp. Nick Champlin says, Germans are very inclusive. They are now. Like, they used to not be, but, you know. Kind of like the South, like we're kind of more inclusive these days. But you restart the music here. Martian Murray says, yes, Spanish is like the second biggest language. Yeah, probably next to English. Yeah. Adjust my light here. Swamp Donkey says, bueno. Sporty says, that is ironic. Germans had a miserable colony phase and thus are less inclusive than some of our neighbors, but a fuckload more than other neighbors, so... I mean, Germany had colonies, but like not on the scale of like Britain and stuff. Yeah, they had some African colonies and stuff. Lakian says, Spanish has accents that are equivalent to the Cockney British accent, ranging to a Southern USA accent. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, probably so. Mark says, nah, Mandarin or Hindi, I reckon, per capita. But yeah, me being married to a Chinese girl, I kind of know about China. China, used to be an empire. So, you got the different regions in China, the different provinces, and they speak in such different dialects that they can't even talk to each other. So they have to speak like standard Mandarin to communicate and stuff. But me and her were like at a Chinese restaurant one day, like hanging out, and I said, "What are they saying back there?" And she said, "I can't tell. They're speaking their local dialect." Sporty says, in Venezuela they have a sloppy Spanish dropping consonants. And Helmet says, Willie Mickle, Izar Fleming, check it out. It's a Bavarian musician. I'd have to check him out. All right, I have to look him up. Izar Fleming. Sporty says, I'd recognize a Venezuelan anywhere in the world. Sporty says, Maka-ish. Shovel says, Germany has been stepping up militarily at home and for the Ukraine. Makes me happy and nervous. Yeah. Shit. Sporty says, Bavarian talking about dialects. Now, I believe Helmet is down there in old Bayern or Bavaria. He told me earlier. The best beer in the fucking world, like from Bavaria. Sporty says, yeah, shovel, same over here, but there was no choice. Sporty says, Starmer is stepping up admirably, I can't say that word, admirably, and making us love England again. That the current Prime Minister, Starmer? Laka Yin or Lake Yin says, crazy to think, imagine 1,000 years later a New England American being unable to talk to a Californian or Louisianan. Right. A lot of fucking accents here in America, like not quite as bad as probably Britain is. Like a lot of accents in Britain just kind of fucked up and stuff. But yeah, we do have like different like regional dialects here. Sporty says, yeah. Jay Hines says, Stormy, haven't heard of this Starmer. Alan Thomas says, Sporty, I'm a Chicagoan, only visited, they wouldn't let me live there. Sporty Otter says 300 years ago Louisiana spoke French. That's true, yeah. Like Cajun French is like really different from like regular French. Like it's kind of weird. Sporty says an East Coaster could not have spoken to a Louisianan. George Ordway says, I got into Johnny Winter with Dr. John this week. Louisiana's fun. Figure it out. I'll look that up. Try to figure that out. Alan Thomas says Germany. Jay Hines says, right, Ed. We have a lot of accents in America also. Up here in the north, there's several different types. And out east and then out west, but several different types of southern accents also, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, many different types of southern accents. Like the South Carolina accent is kind of based on like a British accent. Like my grandma used to almost like sound like the Gone with the Wind people, and it's based on British. Like she would say, Edward, what are you gonna do with that hair? You know. But up in the mountains and shit, like it's more like a hard R, like a Scottish like hard R, like I don't know, fucking wash my clothes and stuff like that. Helmet says they're Spider Murphy Gang, both from Munich. Had to look them up. Shevel says at least the rest of the world is learning and they can fare better without the United States. Yeah, they're kind of like getting untied from the yoke, aren't they? Lakian says the New Yorkers spoke Dutch. There's Pennsylvania Dutch and Texas German. That's right. Oh yeah. Swamp Donkey says Tabernac. Sporty says, yeah, but Tusk in Poland had been another leader of the EU sanity movement, and he lost to the deep shit right last week. Jay Hines says, Ed, your grandmother was proper. Yeah, she, Edward, you need to cut that hair. But my grandmother on the other side, who's still alive, like she talks like more kind of hillbilly. Like she, God damn, Edward, when you gonna cut that damn hair off? Got that damn crazy hair? Let Arts Live says Jersey, New York City have different dialects. Sporty says true, Lake. She says in Florida, Spanish. Jay Hines says, my mom and my great aunt tell me a lot about Southern style. My mom lived in the South for 10 years when she was younger. Yeah, different ways of talking around here. Redskin says, he ain't lying about that there, the accent. Let Arts Live says, my grandfather used to come after me with the scissors. I got the fly swatter. God damn it, you need to quit doing that shit. I'm going to hit you with the fly swatter. Jay Hines says, my mom has a lot of funny, cool Southern slang sayings. Sporty says, crazy hair. Yep. Jay Hines says, my mom has a lot of funny, cool Southern slang sayings from back in the 50s. Like, yeah, see you directly. That's what it used to say to me, like my grandma and stuff. See you directly. Shovel says, fucking tornado sirens going off. BBL. Oh shit, like, get down in the basement, man. Keep safe, man. Swamp Donkey says, make you more aerodynamic. Sporty says, be safe, Shovel. Ryan McGowan says, hey, Ed, happy birthday. Let's play a song here. George says, can you do Jed Clampett's theme? Okay, yeah, the Beverly Hillbillies, yeah. We'll try that. Redskin says La Bamba. Shit, I don't know La Bamba like lyrically and stuff, of course. It's in Spanish. Hang on. It's got to be in standard. By the way, if y'all enjoy what I'm doing here, please consider leaving a super chat. Throw a tip in the tip bucket. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these unless YouTube like copyrights them and put ads on them and takes all the money. But yeah, damn it, dropped my pick. So yeah, I would appreciate y'all's super chats. Where's that other pick at? Gotta have 3 picks for the banjo. Son of a bitch. Here it is. All right, let's fuck up some banjo music here.
Listen to my story about a man named Jed. Per mountaineer barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground come a bubbling cloud. Oh, that is black gold, Texas tea. First thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Ken folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place you ought to be, so they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly. Movie stars.
Lake says, as a New Jerseyan, there's a slight difference between New Yorkers and Long Islanders, but the one thing we get for sure is how we pronounce coffee, like coffee. George says, get your helmet, gloves, boots on in your safe place. A Swamp Donkey says, God bless you, and Jed Clampett. Sporty says, yeehaw. Alan Thomas says, maybe I'll use the next time, Sporty Otter. Sporty says, a little known fact, Sharon Tate was into Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah. The chick that Charlie Manson killed, yeah. Sporty says, Alan. Swamp Donkey says, woo. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. He says, love it, appreciate that. Sporty says, or at least I don't know. Let's do a little blues here. Retune. Nick Champlin sends me $2 in a super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Man, getting sweaty in here.
You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the woman that I love took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Now she's gone, I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of the nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind out? Can't you hear that wind out? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends, but none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the winter time's coming, you know it's gonna be slow. Can't take the winter, baby, that dry long snow. You better come on in my kitchen, well, it's going to be raining outdoors.
All right, Robert Leroy Johnson right there. Come on in my kitchen. Let me start the background music back here. Sporty says, I need to go in my kitchen after this song. Make me a coffee. Let Arts Live sends me $2. Thank you very much for that, man. Appreciate that super chat a lot, dude. Sporty Otter says, Robert Johnson, sung by Edward on a Saturday morning. Life will be perfect when I have coffee too. Nick Champlin says, we wouldn't, those ladies getting rained on, am I right? Yeah, right. Yep. Let's see, Sporty says, I'm working on enjoying all moments that don't suck no matter how tiny these days. Frank Morgendorfer says, you gotta move. I played that earlier, actually. Might do a repeat in a minute. Rip Couch Film says, sounds great, man. Happy birthday. Know any Book of White? I can do that. All right. Jay Hines says, that was nice. Had to slide some beer right down my throat while listening to that. Appreciate that, man. George Ordway says, Chevel has a big question. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. I'm still here, fell asleep in the chair. LOL, coffee time. Passed out, huh? Sporty says, hey, a half penny. Jay Hines says, that's good, Sporty. Jay Hines says, any new people here tonight? Yeah, if you're new, like, say something. You know, put a comment. All right, Book of White, and what else? Let me see. What was that other one? Shit, can't find it. One second here. Oh, you got to move. Okay, yeah. All right. We'll do some Book of White, and we'll do a repeat of You Gotta Move.
Shake 'em on now. Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on now? Too much did it to me through the week. Save me chili pepper some more. Rainy day, well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on now? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on now? Ain't been to Georgia, I've been told. Georgia women got the best jelly roll. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on now? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on now? Fix my supper, go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on now? Well, I must I holler? Must I shake 'em on now? CC mama, you done called me to love you now. Man done come me, well, must I holler? Hey, must I shake 'em on now? Well, I must I holler? Must I shake 'em on now? They do something to me, don't know what it is. Get me drunk in that old whiskey still. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on now? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on now?
All right. Now, You Gotta Move. Kind of did this earlier, like at the start of the show. We'll do it one more time.
got to move. You got to move. You got to move, child. You got to move. But when the Lord get ready, you got to move. You might be high, you might be low. You might be rich, child, you might be poor. But when the Lord get ready, you got to move. Street. See that policeman out on his beat. When the Lord get ready, you got to move. You got to move, you got to move. You got to move, child, you got to move. When the Lord get ready, you got to move.
All right, old spiritual tune there. The version that old Mississippi Fred McDowell did. And Nick Champlin sent me $2 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Thank you for your generosity there. And Alan Thomas says, Ed Dog. Sebastian Henny says, hey, Sporty, drop D consists of tuning both E strings top and bottom to the key of D, 2 pitches down. The rest of the strings stay in standard tuning. E-Dog says, play Sweet Home Chicago, please. I played that one earlier, actually. Might do that in a little bit. Ogma says, hope you all's well. Sporty says, imagine a conversation in blues titles. You got to move. Ripped Couch Film sends $5 in a super chat. He says, thanks. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all want to tip me, think I'm doing a good job, like, shoot me a super chat. Also, my birthday here. I'm 42 years old, trying to outlive Elvis. He died when he was 42. Sporty says, imagine I just read that. Sporty says, feels like the damn gallows pole it does. Sebastian says, great job, brother. Sounding awesome. Appreciate that. Sporty says, would rather cakewalk into town. She says, thank you, Halfpenny. Figured I was wrong to play some shapes, but on blues it sounded okay. Shovel says, moving is worse than painting. Fuck. All right. Jay Hines says, back in my rough and tumble days, some of the women would drop their G. Right. Sporty Otter says, I've been to Imp Damn Barn. This move will be a very difficult thing from a house to 3 tiny rooms. I think I need a smoke here. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I've been drinking beer all night. Beer's running through me. Be right back. YouTuber says, bring out the good stuff. Sporty Otter says, will not have the same space luxury when I move. I'm a bit scared, to be honest. Jay Hines says, Sporty sounds rough. Where are you moving to, if you don't mind me asking? Sporty says, wherever I can, find a place that we can afford. It's not easy. Yeah, it kind of sucks, like trying to find a new place. Yeah, it does. Jay Hines says, a Sporty, you mean in the area where you live? Yeah, Brewski here. God damn. All right. This thing open. Jay Hines, I just read that. YouTuber says, hey Ed, how drunk are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Like maybe a 6, like 5 or 6, something like that. George Ordway says, did you bring out the wah-wah pedal tonight, Ed? And I ain't got it on me. Had to bring it out one night. Jay Hines says, Ed, so when I got home from work, I was just obsessed with learning Paul McCartney's bass line on Come Together. I think I got it down. But I'll play it for you. I'll do what I think he plays on there. Hang on. Clean it up a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of Paul McCartney there. That's enough bass for me. Like I'm not a bass player. Damn it. Damn cord like tangled up in the chair here. Jay says, Ed, you even have a Rickenbacker bass? That's kind of a copy of a Hofner, like it's a Rogue bass. I wish I had a damn Rick. Sporty says, yeah, for now around here, but want to ultimately move to Portugal. YouTuber says, fart together. Sporty says, that bass is amazing. Appreciate that. Sporty says, wow, fat string sound. I bought that bass for $25. Rogue bass. Mark says, love the bass. He come on flat top. Thanks for the tunes. Appreciate it, man. Jay Hines says, come together. Frank Morgendorfer says, nice looking bass you got there. Thank you, man. Jody says, that was great. Thank you very much. Sporty says, come together on Edward's birthday. Jay Hines says, Sporty Portugal. I think like a Portugal is kind of like the Canada of Spain, I believe. Jody says, you know Chuck Berry, you never can tell. Not lyrically. Like, Chuck Berry's lyrics are pretty hard. Like, you got a lot of lyrics on all his songs. Sporty says, want to be near the sea for the end. Sporty says, never can tell is a damn fun song. Frank Morgendorfer says, it's not that Mac is bass that went missing in the 60s. Nah, I wish it was. He had a Hofner, like that's a Rogue, there's a cheap bass. Oh, so Jorgeo says, Brazil here. What's up, man? How you doing? South Carolina here. Redskin says, gotta go, Ed. Later, everybody. See you later, Redskin. You have a good one, dude. Sporty says, bye, garage. Sporty says, hiya, Brazil. Jay says, obrigado. Shovel says, take care, skin. And Os says, thank you. He says, God bless you. And George says, later, Red. Sporty says, where in Brazil? Big country. He says, Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo. Yeah. Big town down there. That was about a shot. Good old late birthday shot. Let's see here. All right. Out of scotch. So we got the Gentleman Jack Off here, the good Jack Daniels. And I've got like a little bit of a Bacardi Black, cheap ass fucking rum, sucks balls. Y'all tell me which one, rum or Jack. Sonny Ray says, ain't nothing like some Texan twang to wash down the blues like buttermilk chasing whiskey. I've never drank buttermilk. I've cooked with it. I do know people who drink buttermilk. YouTuber says, did you get a cake? You know, I don't like cake that much. My mom bought me a like a cookie pie, like a big giant chocolate chip cookie. Like she knows I hate cake. YouTuber says the good stuff. Sporty Otter says, I hope he gets cake. Yeah, I got like a cookie cake. Nick says, I'll take a shot with you. All right. Jay Hines says, OS, have you heard of the gypsy jazz player Gonzalo Bergera? YouTuber says Jack. George says Jack. Sporty says birthdays get less special, but birthday cake never does. Rodrigo Espindola says, hi, Ed's greetings from Argentina. What's up, man? How you doing there? Nick says Jack. Os says, just had a jam with friends. That's cool, man. Always cool to jam with some friends. Mark says, yuck, have another beer. YouTuber says cookie pie. YouTuber says lucky. I believe Jack's winning so far. He says, you ever tried ice cream cake? Oh yeah, I've had a few of those. Thomas Newberry says, happy birthday, Mr. Phillips. Scotch. Out of scotch. Sporty says, hola, Argentina. Rodrigo says, hola. Sporty says, Edwards, global experience. George Ordway says, I used to love those huge cookies when they were in the malls in the U.S. And Jody says, Jack. Nick says, happy birthday, you're halfway to 84 and double 22, right? Yeah, well, I'm 42. I'm 42 right now. So I'm double 21. Frank says, rum's good for bacon with. Gentleman Jack for sure. All right, we'll do the Jack.
She got the Jack! She got the Jack!
Into the patented Ed Phillips shot glass right now.
Got the Jack! Jack! Jack!
Sporty says, we're all over, but somehow I wish more women came like me. Yeah. Like, a lot of chicks, like, just don't like the fucking blues. We get a few chicks in here, but, you know, it's, you know, kind of a sausage party, but yeah, we get a few women in here. All right, here we go. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass, available below in the merch section. This is some Jack Daniels Gentleman Jack Off. Salud, Kimpai, L'chaim, Cheers, Prost, Skull, Slanta, all that good stuff. Down the hatch. You know, O says AC/DC's awesome. It's a good band. I saw it when I was 12. Sporty says the Digger Gospels. The Digger Gospels. Rodrigo says, Ed's got the Jack. Who is the Digger? Lake says, ran out of my bourbon earlier this week. Had a tall boy, a Blue Moon, and Modelo. Now I'm down to my wine. Gotta love a wine hangover. Oh shit. Lake says, cheers, happy birthday. Appreciate it. Jay Hines says, Ed, some sayings from my mom and aunt. They when they went to the South, for heaven's sake, for crying out loud. Yeah. I heard all those. Peter Cook says, AC/DC just one of the reasons I'm proud to be Aussie. Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest bands of all time, like from fucking Melbourne, I believe, in Australia. All Scottish immigrants, I believe. Sporty says, story of my life, to follow my own special taste. Shovel says, and I knew without asking she was into the blues. George says, have you done Tush yet tonight? I might do Tush in a minute. Sporty says, another Digger Gospel borrowed from Jerry Garcia. Oh, okay. Jay Hines says, women are definitely welcome here. We need the female influence. Rodrigo says, play some song of AC/DC. Might try one. Sporty says, Digger is my favorite special name for Shovel. Rip Couch Film says, most people really misunderstand rum and think it's just a frat boy college party drink. But it's the most diverse spirit in the world. Yeah, there are like many different kinds of rum that taste very different. Yeah, I was never a big fan of it, like except for like making cocktails. Kind of use it to make like Mai Tais and stuff. Sporty says, Diggers, look them up. What they were, why I call them that. Shovel says, Log Boy. Sporty says he digs deep into knowledge, Shovel. So we got Tush and we got AC/DC. Okay. Sporty says, Edward, Shovel and I met in a different live, not here, and we are pre-bonded. Oh, okay, cool. Nick says, Admiralty, rum, yum, yum. There's some company that makes like the original fucking rum that the British Navy drank. The fucking British Navy discontinued rum in like the 70s, but some company makes the same recipe now. I can't remember who it is. Jay says, Ed, what you smoking? Lucky Strikes. Old-fashioned cigarettes. Sporty says, so Digger is my cozy nickname for him. Ripped Cout says, Purser's rum. Oh, okay, Purser's rum, like the recipe of the British Navy. Let's play a couple now. There's more ass on this thing.
Take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tug. I've been banging, I've been good. Dallas, Texas, Hollywood, yeah. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tug. Out of tune as always. AC/DC, let's see here. Class high society, God's gift to ballroom notoriety, and I always fill my ballroom. The event is never small. Social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. I've got big balls, oh, I've got big balls, such big balls, dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all. The balls are always bouncing, my ballroom always full. Everybody comes and comes again. Your name is on the guest list. No one can take you higher. Everybody says I've got great balls of fire. I've got big balls. Oh, I've got big balls. Such big balls. Dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all. Some balls are held for charity and some for fancy dress. But when they're held for pleasure, they're the balls that I like best. My balls are always bouncing from the left and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. I've got big balls, oh, I've got big balls. Fuck. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. Got big balls, oh, we've got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all. Got big balls, we got big balls. We got big balls, yeah, we got big balls. Just dying to tell you about them.
AC/DC, Big Balls. Probably a song I haven't done on the show before. In fact, I haven't played that in years. Trying to hit them damn Bon Scott vocals. Like, can't quite hit his shit. Like, you know, made my throat hurt. Let me see here. Kitten says, scratch him if you got him. Right? Sporty says, not, hang on. It scrolled past me. Not meant literally, thus the humor. Jay Hines says, Sporty, yeah, you do it. Sporty says, Kitten, I was just waiting for for more women. Yeah, Kitten's been in here a while. Sporty says, and here you go, here you are. Jay Hines says, Sporty, you're a fighter. O says, very good, appreciate that, man. Shovel says, Taj, bravo. I don't know no Taj Mahal. Wish I could learn the lyrics to like She Caught the Katy or something like that. Kitten says, I was here way earlier. Sporty says, that was really fun. George Ordway says, do you do Cat Scratch Fever? I can do the riff, I think. O says, Bon Scott rocks. Yeah, he was a good singer. Let's see, Cat Scratch. Yeah, if I didn't know that, my dad would like hate me and stuff. Let's see.
Don't know how they got it, but it sure do good.
Out of tune. Yeah, Cat Scratch Fever right there. Jay Hines says, funny, I was the first one to get this album when it first came out, and I made a copy to tape, took it to a track meet, and played it, and everyone was rolling on the track. O says, Rip Bon Scott. He was a cool singer. Sporty says, left me a mule to ride. Talking about She Caught the Katy. Jay says, oh, gone too soon, clever and funny. Kitten says, scroll back up, Ed, to Ladies' Night. There you go, ladies. Yeah. Sporty says, Taj Mahal on Rock and Roll Circus, sexiest blues appearance ever. Jethro Tull was on there too, like a big Jethro Tull fan myself. Jay Hines says, Ed, do you know the Great White Buffalo riff? Yeah. Rodrigo says, Wheels of Steel. Jay Hines says, I don't think it was really out of tune. Yeah, a little bit. Shovel says, play Hang the Draft Dodgers next. Let me see that. More distortion. Too much, too much.
Listen, everybody, to what I gotta say, yeah. Hope for tomorrow, we're waking every day, yeah. Welcome long ago, yeah, in the new magic land. Engines and the buffalo, they existed hand in hand, yeah. Engine needed food, yeah. They needed skins for the root. Only took what they needed, baby. Millions of buffalo were to prove.
Yeah. Still out of tune. Okay, here we go. Helmet says, was a pleasure. I gotta go. Stay cool. See ya. All right, see you later, man. You have a good one. Sporty says, Bizbald, Helmet. Let Arts Live says, bye. Shovel says, I like Ted Nugent best when he craps himself purposely. Yeah, like the legend goes, he shit his pants like so he wouldn't have to like get drafted. Kitten says, not the rip. It's the show you promised with the socks, shirt, and underwear with some floor slides. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, like do the fucking scene from Risky Business. I'll try to do that for y'all sometime this month, all right? Sporty says, thank you, Digger. You know I'm Gray, stoning that name. Sporty Otter says, Gray rockin' whichever tongue biting. Jay Hines says, we had a great white rare buffalo in North Dakota, Jamestown. It was a very rare thing. I believe I heard about that on the news. Jay Hines says, you played it really good, Ed. Appreciate that. Yes, like a few shows ago, like I was talking to a kitten there, and I said, you know, like when the wife leaves town, I'm going to do the fucking scene from Risky Business, you know, with Tom Cruise and like slide across the floor in my underwear, like
that old timer rock and roll.
Might film that for a spoof or something and put that on the show. Sporty says, you've been practicing your white underpants floor slide, Edward? Yeah, trying to get there. I do have a slick floor in the house, like got no carpet, like a slick, you know, linoleum floor. So Kitten says, yes, ladies' night with a rose in your teeth. Alrighty, I got some roses in the yard. Shovel says, remember to flip your collar up. Okay, I'll try that. Jay says, hi, Ed. Just take those old records off the shelf. It's sweaty in here. Kitten says, dark sunglasses. I got a pair of them dark fucking, what they call them, them Blues Brothers sunglasses. I got a pair of those. So Wayfarers, yeah, Wayfarers. Martian Murray says, found a nice guitar on Reverb. Should I order it? Well, what is it? Send me a link. Jay Hines says, Shovel? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Grateful Ed says, Ray-Ban Wayfarers. Yep. Sporty Otter says, the other day was the ancient anniversary of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, another film that ages us. Right. Bow, bow. Ooh, yeah. Jay says, what do they call those things Tom was wearing? Tidy whitey, yeah, tidy whities, right, yeah. Sporty says, as a Chicagoan, I just adored Ferris. Shovel says, my future's so bright I gotta wear shades. Martian Murray says it's a PRS McCarty thin line. Send me a link. Nick says butyl. Sporty says that parade where Ferris hijacked and sang Twist and Shout. Jay says, Ferris Bueller. I saw that show 100 times because my girlfriend at the time worked in the theater and let me in for free. Kitten says, Ed, sporting boxers. Yeah, I'm a boxer guy. Yeah, no tidy whities for me. Sporty says, so Chicago, I've watched that scene 900 times. Let Arts Live says, the Seth Meyers PRS is amazing. Gordon Fromm says, Ferris was filmed in my hometown. Oh, that's cool shit. Gordon says, Northfield, where's IS? IS? Jay Hines says, Gordon, where was that? A Kitten says, everyone. Sporty says, it was filmed all over Chicago. Oh, Illinois. Okay, IS is Illinois. Okay, Northfield, Illinois. Okay, yeah. George Ordway says, when I DJ'd way back when you had to own the music on media, ZZ Top cheap sunglasses would pack the floor. It cost a lot to be a DJ back in the day. Gordon Fromm says, Illinois. Yeah. Sporty says, North Shore for Cameron's house, right? Like Wilmate. Jay Hines says, oh yeah, they had some cool scenes and some restaurants and other places in Chicago. Let Arts Live says, it won't let me send the link. You're a mod, it should. Sporty Otter says, Glencoe, something North Shore, snooty like that. Oh, here it is. Martian Murray sends me a link here to a guitar. Paul Reed Smith, S. McCarty 594 thin line. Let's take a look at it. Looks cool. $1,800, like pretty expensive. I guess if you have the money, like probably a good investment. Like a Paul Reed Smith's a good guitar. It's got like a Gibson style tailpiece and bridge. That looks pretty nice right there. got the money, go for it, you know. Pretty expensive. Gordon says, yes, Glencoe. Shovel says, looks nice. Sporty Otter says, I graduated Glen Ellen. They filmed a different film at my high school when I was there. Blackie Ted says, I wish I could upload my band pics from the 80s. I bet there'd be some interesting hair in there. Gordon says, right on. Jay Hines says, funny fact, my wife hates it when I say the scene from Ferris Bueller where he sneaks out of school and says to his girlfriend, do you have a kiss for daddy? Some of you will get that. I bet she does. Nick says, I thought Ferris was cool when I was like 10, then I realized he was the biggest douche in town. Let Arts Live says, a Zach Myers PRS, it's about 900. The one I got is about 900, like a SE model, SE custom. Jay says she doesn't really hate it, but she goes, ugh. Martian Murray says, I've been wanting a humbucker guitar. Those are cool. You know, nice meaty fucking tone. Sporty says, a Lucas 2 with Corey Haim. That was our school. I marched with the band in that film. Kitten says, only one left. Grab it before it's gone. Sporty says, Lucas, sorry, not Lucas 2. Sporty says, Ferris is a caricature of those times, thus hilarious. Kitten says, it's purty. Paint job looks nice. Now, the best fucking 80s movie was Ghostbusters, man. I'm a fucking Ghostbusters kid. Jay Hines says, Sporty, that's cool that you marched with the band in the film. Really, got to check that out. Can you see yourself? Gordon Fromm says, who you going to call? Yeah, Ghostbusters, of course. Shovel says, buying a guitar without playing it first would be a disaster for me. It's just my luck. But I bought a few from the internet, you know. Martian Murray says, Ghostbusters 2 was awesome. Sporty says, Ghostbusters is forever. Yeah, the fucking second movie I didn't like too much. Like, the first one, like, was really awesome. Frank Morgendorfer says, I used to show Ferris Bueller to my students in Japan as an end-of-year treat. They loved it. Fun film that doesn't let up. Jody says, good movie. Sebastian says, Christine, 1983, about that haunted 1958 Plymouth. One of my all-time favorites. I found so much music through that movie. Haven't seen that one. Have to check it out. Sporty Otter says, yeah, Frank, every scene is a standalone. Says, like the Blues Brothers. For that kind of, yeah, the Blues Brothers is a good movie. Jody says, do you play Tom Petty? Don't really know too much of him, like especially lyrically. I played some stuff of him like in bands and stuff like back in the day. I'm kind of retired from Tom Petty, but like certain classic rock stuff I can't do anymore, like just playing it so much, you know. Used to play like Last Dance with Mary Jane. George says, Fast Times at Ridgemont High holds up. Might be before your time, Eddie. I don't know that one. Jay says, Frank, that's interesting. What did you teach in Japan and what years? Shovel says, when Murray says, back off, Jack, I'm a scientist. Yeah, Bill Murray. Jody says, Guitar Weeps, great song. You mean like Guitar Gently Weeps? The Beatles? George says, and Porky's holds up too. Let Arts Live says, I bid $350 for a 2003 Melody Maker Les Paul Jr. Has a bridge, and there were only 250 made. That's a pretty good price. Jay says, George, yeah, Fast Times. So many fantastic scenes and one-liners. Sporty says, Caddyshack. I've seen Caddyshack. It's a good movie. not a golf guy, but they had like Rodney Dangerfield in there. Nick says, Little Shop of Horrors. Haven't seen that one. Let Arch Live says, now the Melody Maker 2003 is worth $650. Sporty Otter says, I never get tired of that one. Like when I was a fucking kid, they had the Ghostbusters cartoon like on Saturday morning. That was the fucking shit, man. Sporty Otter says the Princess Bride. Yeah, Andre was in that movie. Yeah, that was a cool movie. Let Arch Live says, I watched the Ghostbusters with my boys. The DVD, they liked it. Sporty says, another classic knee slapper. Damn it. Oh, shit. Get a coughing spell here. Yeah. I saw Andre the Giant like when I was about 5 or 6 in Augusta. Damn it, fucking throat's like getting choked up here. Ow, no shit. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. But as a kid, I saw Andre the Giant live one time. Saw him beat the fuck out of Big John Studd in Augusta, Georgia. Jay Hines says, Sporty, The Princess Bride is a classic, fantastic. My wife always absolutely loves that. I think I used to know almost all the one-liners in the movie he watched like 199 times. Shovel says, Caddyshack's gopher sounded like Flipper. Sporty says, as you wish, kitten. Sporty says, I always rooted for the gopher, but didn't we all? That fucking scene where they like some guy threw a baby Ruth in the pool, and they saw that in there, and it's like, oh shit, and like ran out of the pool and stuff. That was funny as hell. And and you got Rodney Dangerfield on there, like, oh damn, this steak here, you can see the fucking marks where the jockey was beating it. Martian Murray says, whoa, don't pull an Elvis on us. Yeah. Yep, same age as Elvis when he died. 42 years old. Jay Hines says, Ed, I remember watching wrestling on Saturday Night Live TV about Augusta, Georgia. That's cool about Andre and Big John, yeah. Yeah, like Andre and Big John like really fucking hated each other in real life. They were both giants, and they kind of had like egos and stuff. Alan Thomas says, Kitten, Sporty Otter says, Andre the Giant was a very clever and thoughtful man too, in real life, or so I read, and kind. Yeah, like the greatest drunk of all time too. Like he drank like 100 beers in one sitting. I saw all them old wrestlers. I saw fucking Hulk Hogan and Hacksaw and Andre, all them people. Sporty says, imagine trying to hold him up on a night out. Yeah. I would hate to have a drinking session with him. Shovel says, when I watched wrestling, it still wasn't available in color. Shit. Jay Hines says, 100 beers. Wow. Never heard that before. Yeah, he was like an insane drunk. He'd like sit there and drink like 100 beers and like a case of wine and shit. Jay Hines says, do you remember Georgia Championship Wrestling? That's what we got up here when I was in junior high. A little bit before my time, but I know the people who were on there. It kind of went on to become WCW. You had like Ole Anderson and Dusty Rhodes and all them people. Yeah. Kitten says wrestling used to be $5 at the Eddie Graham Sports Stadium. Yeah, that must have been cool as hell. George says, never going to forget when Hulk Hogan picked up Andre and pressed him over his head, do a body slam. That was some strength. Yeah, WrestleMania 3. Alan Thomas says, I guess I'm the last one standing who remembers black and white wrestling. Dick the Bruiser and the Crusher. That's old school people. Yeah, Dick the Bruiser. Yeah, that's some old people there. Shovel says, WTBS Georgia Championship Wrestling and the Braves. You had fucking Ole on there and shit. Yeah. And I've seen some old clips from like GCW. Alan says, Gorgeous George. Yeah, it's an old school wrestler from the 40s. Frank Morgendorfer says, ever heard of Giant Baba, 6'10" Japanese wrestler, had a massive following. Don't think I know him. But see, like by the time I was a kid, basically like WWF was taking over. Still had like NWA and AWA, but they were like kind of on the way out. You had like early WCW. Sporty says 6'10" Lottie. Alan Thomas says that they would run clips between matches. Sporty says, did he come from a sumo school? Jay Hines says, Ed, yes, I got it. Ole Anderson, Wahoo McDaniel, Dusty Rhodes, Ivan Koloff, the Crusher was before them. The Superstar, Billy Graham, the Southern Team, the Freebird. Yeah, that's them old Southern wrestlers, yeah. Now, see, we had like a certain style of wrestling down here in the South before WWF took over. It's like Southern style, wrestling. It was very, very straight-laced, very just kind of like more realistic. They really did try to fool you into thinking it was real and shit. And Jay Hines says Ric Flair was getting big. Yeah, Ric Flair. Oh, yeah. From Charlotte, North Carolina. Woo! And Frank says, I think Baba only wrestled in Japan, usually beating up Yank wrestlers. He was kind of ungamely in his moves, but never lost. Sporty says, there was a phase I watched sumo wrestling on TV. Wanted to learn what they were doing. I saw Yokozuna one time, like, if that counts. And Kitten says, I saw Hulk Hogan one time. Saw him beat the fuck out of Bad News Brown. Shovel says, excuse me, that's Chief Wahoo McDaniel. Yeah, Wahoo McDaniel had like an Indian gimmick there. He was a football player too. Sporty says, it's actually pretty zen to watch two mountains shove each other. Jay Hines says, and the main announcer and interviewer was Gordon Soley. Right, yeah. Like that Southern stuff, like I believe like on Crockett, probably, and Georgia, like, yeah, Gordon Soley, like announcing, yeah. Kitten says Jack and Jerry Briscoe. That's some old school guys. Mr. Grateful says 600-pound Haystack Calhoun in the 70s used to lift cows. I've heard of him, yeah. The big old dude, yeah. George says Bob Backlund, I think he means, was the straight-laced against the glamour characters. Amazing how much the crowd loved Bob. And Jay says, Kitten, I remember Jack and Jerry Briscoe. Sporty says, cow lifting. Like, what if it poops? Kitten says, lots of blood. Yeah, like, especially like Memphis and shit. They used to bleed a lot. Old Ric Flair used to do some blood. They had like Abdullah the Butcher. He used to bleed a lot. Frank says, sumo is a very different number to pro wrestling. Sumo is cool to watch live. Tons of ritual and tradition. And Sporty says, exactly, Frank. Kitten says Gordon Soley. Sporty says it's a life philosophy for them. Jay Hines says Abdullah the Butcher. I remember him. Jody says I'm bored. LOL. Yes, Dad used to watch wrestling to know it, but music. All right, we'll do some music. Let's play a tune here. Where's that capo? Let's do some Mississippi John Hurt here.
How can it be? You can arrest everybody but Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Billy the Lion told Stackley, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? And you stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. I spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Of the jury, what do you think of that? Stackley shot Billy the Lion about a $5 Stetson hat and that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley.
Let's try some Piedmont blues here for my part of the country.
At the weeping willow and at the morning dove. That weeping willow and at the morning dove. I got a gal up in the country that I sure do love. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. I ain't had no loving since my little gal's been gone. Well, it ain't no love, there ain't no getting along. Well, it ain't no love, it ain't no getting along. My gal treat me so mean and dirty, I don't know right from wrong. Lord, I lay down last night, tried to take my rest. Lord, I lay down last night, tried to take my rest. My mind got to rambling like wild geese from the west. Gonna buy me a bulldog, watch you whilst I sleep. Gonna buy me a bulldog, watch you whilst I sleep. Just to keep these men from making that early morning creep. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. I ain't had no one loving since my little gal's been gone. You're gonna want my love, baby, some lonesome day. Want my loving, baby, some lonesome day. If be too late, I'll be gone too far away.
A little bit of Blind Boy Fuller there from Durham, North Carolina. Some finger-picking Piedmont-style blues from the East Coast. Kitten says Nacho Libre. Shovel says I lived in McAllen, Texas as a kid. Sporty says Mississippi John knew the value of taking his time. Jody says, oh, thanks, good shit, appreciate that. Kitten says Von Erich brothers here, Texas guys, yeah, like Kerry Von Erich. Jay says a Kitten, I seem to remember the Von Erich brothers. Kitten says Texas boys. Sporty says Edwards Authentic Blues joint, appreciate that. Jay says Kitten, do you remember the wrestler that was famous for the Cobra hold in the early 80s? Sporty says Ed has the ideal vibrato control. I admire this every week. Yeah, I don't know how I learned to sing, like just brute force method. Rip Couch Film says great playing. Have a drink in your honor, Ed. Rum. All right. Jay says Ed, that was good Blind Boy Fuller playing. Appreciate that. Shovel says it was a Cobra hold to the face. Martian Murray says the Texas Tornado. This is Kerry Von Erich. Yeah. He said, saw him live. All right, let's do a shot here. We got the old Gentleman Jack Off here, the Tennessee Sour Mash Whiskey. And we got some Bacardi Black Rum, cheap bullshit, but y'all tell me like rum or Jack. Kitten says, clappity clap clap. Sporty says, shot time. Y'all tell me rum or Jack. Get me a brewski too. Jay says, a shovel, no, not the Cobra hold to the face. It was like a sleeper type move. Sporty says, I abstained from this vote. Jody says, Jack. Martian says rum. I drank a lot of that in my Navy days. George says Jack. Jay Hines says I believe one of the guys that did it was the superstar, Billy Graham. Mr. Grateful says Jack. So Jack winning so far. Okay, Jack Daniels winning this one. So yeah, like get them votes in. Like speak now or forever hold your peace. Sporty Otter says at college was used to call Jack the Lonely Drink. I got the good shit though. The gentleman jack off. Jay Hines says, excuse me. No, not the superstar. My memory fails me. It's only been 45 years. Sporty says, because Jack takes over and makes a guy do dumb shit and go home alone. Kitten says, Jack. All right, Jack it is, I guess. Shovel says, okay, I kind of remember some wrestler's move was holding an opponent like mercilessly by the face. The best fucking like wrestling move was the fucking DDT, you know, by Jake the Snake Roberts. All right, Jack Daniels into the Ed Phillips patented shot glass right here. Alrighty, here we go. L'chaim, Kim Pai, Prost, Salute. You know, all that good stuff. Cheers. Here we go. Ow! Jay says, Shovel, look up the Cobra Clutch. That was an Iron Sheik's move there. On YouTube, maybe you can find some old video. Yeah, fucking Iron Sheik, the Cobra Clutch. Sebastian says, cheers, brother. Sporty Otter says, I suffered a lot when my little brother took up wrestling back in the day. Oh, shit. Martian Murray says, salute. Yeah, it's kind of the deal with me. I can't watch sports. I hate sports, but I love wrestling because it's fake and, you know, they got stories and stuff. Like, kind of like that stuff. I like silly sports. Okay, where's my bottle opener here? Ripped Couch Film says, speaking of sheiks, sitting on top of the world. That's a good one. We'll do that. All right. Talking about the Mississippi Sheiks. Classic blues song from way back in the day, like a pre-war song. Sporty says he used to want to show me stuff, practice, and he was stronger. The Martian Murray says Ultimate Warrior was my favorite wrestler. Yeah, I still got my Ultimate Warrior nightlight from back in the day. Yeah, saw him one time. Like did like a squash match, like beat the guy up in like fucking 30 seconds. Okay, let's see. Yeah, sitting on top of the world. A little bit of finger picking here.
Spring, one summer day, baby, let me pass you in away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. She called me up down in El Paso. Come back, daddy, with me. So now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. My peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't you come here running, holding out your hand. Gonna get me a woman like I got your man. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, well, she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Sitting on Top of the World by the Mississippi Sheiks. I kind of do a version that's kind of closer to like Doc Watson. Shovel says, Virginia Bull Rider is my CB handle. They still have those? CB radios? Shit. I had a guy like offer to pay me one time like to learn how to peek and tune them. He was like, you fucking electronics guy, right? Physics guy. Like Jay Hines says, I did a search and it was a masked superstar back in the early 80s that was famous for the Cobra Clutch, Cobra Hold. That fucking like goddamn Iron Sheik did the fucking, no, he did the not the Cobra Clutch, the Camel Clutch. Yeah, the Camel Clutch. Sporty says 10-4, good buddy. Shovel says the answer is no. Frank Morgendorfer says a Howlin' Wolf's version from the 70s is on YouTube. Slower but powerful with the full band. That guy could sing. Oh yeah, I've heard that. Kitten says Belmont Stakes is today. It's like weirdly kind of relevant to me. Aiken, South Carolina is a very big horse racing town. We train a lot of like thoroughbred horses who run in the Kentucky Derby and all that stuff. We got a race here called the what's that shit called, the steeplechase. Yeah. Jay Hines says, I love this, Ed. This is one of my favorite of yours from my bluegrass days, sitting on top of the world. Yeah, bluegrass guys did that. Yep. Sporty says, yeah, the wolf was like soft danger in toot and tone. Jody says, you sang this before, but you good. I appreciate that. Sporty says, his whole energy made it seem a bad idea to fuck with him. Yak says, hey, Sporty. She says, hey, now, Yak fishing. Yak says, yes, they still have CB, but ham is where it's at. Ham radio. Yak says, good to see you, Sporty. Doesn't ever seem right to be here without you. Let's smoke this cigarette here. I'll be coming home soon.
All this wrestling talk, all them sweaty men's in the underwear just grabbing on each other and rolling around. And goddamn. Yak Fishing says, what you nipping on, Ed? Just it's a Guinness here, it's a Guinness Extra Stout. Sporty says, LOL, testosterone talk. Like, you're my age or older, like, you know the reference. Like fucking In Living Color, early 90s. Like, men on film. All them sweaty men's up in there. Rip Couch Film says, a favorite guitar in your collection? Probably my, 61 reissue SG, like, very good guitar there. And I was a Strat guy for years and years. I, kind of switched to the Gibsons nowadays. Yak Fishing says, I wish I had known I would have grabbed some myself. That's my favorite. Yeah, good old Guinness, man. The fucking extra stout, like the good stuff, The fucking, the old draft, like Guinness, like kind of lacks flavor. Martian Murray says, or homie, don't play that. Yeah, homie the clown, right, yeah. Homie, don't play that. Rip Couch, it's like a fucking Black Power clown. It's like funny as hell. Rip Couch Film says, sounds insane, but the SG is really Gibson's Strat. Kind of is, yeah, kind of close to a Strat, yeah. Yak Fishing says, yeah, bro, nothing beats the extra stout. Frank Morgendorfer says, Wolf's life story and how he took care of his band is interesting. Apparently the band could only drink after the performances. He made sure his band was financially rewarded. Good man. Yeah, he wouldn't let them drink during shows and stuff. And he did take care of them. Kitten says, it's ladies' night. Sweaty men. All them sweaty men's out there hated it. Says, what makes a stout not stout but extra stout? Like suddenly curious. Just stronger, like more alcohol, like more strong flavor, basically. Rip Couch says, ever see the clip of Wolf and Sunhouse bickering? Yeah, that was funny as hell. He said, you just drunk all the time. You got to get your life together. Some shit like that. Him cussing out Sunhouse. Like Sunhouse was fucking heckling him. Yak Fishing says, oh shit. Hey, Kitten. Sporty says, yeah, Frank, can you blame him? He had to watch Little Walter's behavior. Yeah, Sunhouse was like a drunk and stuff. And, they had some kind of show, I believe, in England, and Sunhouse like got drunk and like started like heckling him and shit, and it's like funny as hell. And like Howlin' Wolf got pissed off and cussed him out. Like
you just wasted your life just drinking and stuff. You could have been something,
Sporty says, Little Walter could have blown his face off, but was a damn drunk mess. Kitten says, hey, Yak, it's Ed's birthday show. Yep, my birthday today, or yesterday, technically. Yak says, stouts are very dark, roasted, and full-bodied and good. Yeah, roasted barley kind of like separates a stout from a porter. Sporty says, Wolf was classy. Wolf was a gentleman. He was a great guy. Yeah. Jody says, no females in here. You drink good beer. If I do, strong's my style. I'm a whiskey drinking woman. Hey, it ain't nothing wrong with whiskey. Shit. I was always a beer guy. Like I brew beer. Been brewing beer for 25 years. Love me some whiskey too. Yak says, a Kitten, yeah, I was in earlier, but had to bounce real quick. Frank says, don't think the wolf took too much shit from anyone. He was a smart cookie, big bastard too. Like he could probably kick your ass too. Yeah. He's like 6'5". Sporty says, a word, Jordy. Female sounds like science class. Shovel says, that whiskey drinking woman is making a poor man out of me. Rip Couch says, oh, sick. What do you like to brew? Just anything. I've done all kind of stuff. Mostly ales, like, you know, like high temperature, like 65 degree type stuff. Tried to make a lager one time and my fucking fridge like broke down. Kitten says, me too, yak. Then I bounced back. Yak Fishing says, oh kids, I'm seeing only 78 likes. We need to top 120 tonight, guys, ladies. We got to it's SB day, so you know what you gotta do. You know what you gotta do. Yeah, hit that fucking like button. Try to get to 100, man. Jody says, whiskey drinking woman, great song. I love beer. Rip Couch says, just did a couple of meads and a molasses beer from the 1700s. Yeah, they did have molasses beer back then. I think George Washington had a recipe for molasses beer. I got a mead in the fucking fridge there, actually. Like a carbonated mead. Sporty says, hey Edward, remember when I accidentally tipped you twice for my birthday? The second was for your birthday in advance. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Martian Murray says, okay, I ordered that guitar. I blame. Oh, well, hell, enjoy it, man. You know, got to give yourself a fucking present sometimes. Got to treat yourself sometimes. But I was in Guitar Center one day buying strings and picks on the way to a gig. And I saw that fucking Epiphone Riviera hanging on the wall, and I grabbed it and was like, fuck, I like it. Played it 30 seconds and bought it. $500. Yak says, what guitar? I think he's talking about a PRS. Shovel says, far out. Far out, man. Shovel says, a real nice PRS. Martian Murray says, I'm back, battery died. Oh shit. Not a problem for me. I got the old computer hooked up here, like the old PC. Old-fashioned PC. I won't even use a battery in like a guitar pedal. Like I use like a fucking, you know, AC adapter. Sporty says, I'm cat sitting my daughter's cats who used to live here, and yesterday I took my guitar to sing for them like old times. Kitten says, yay, Martian. Sporty says, we three really do enjoy it. What y'all got for me? Like, you know, talk to me, people. It's 42 people in here. Y'all send me some fucking messages here. I'd love to answer your questions and all that stuff. Sporty says, mammals do love music. Well, you know, apes do, apparently, I guess. She says, fact, and birds. Sitting here just, stuttering, bullshitting, drinking, slurred, and all that good stuff. Yak Fishing says shovel, or which PRS model? We saw it earlier. Pretty good one, like an $1,800 guitar. Martian Murray sends me $9.99 and a super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Appreciate your generosity there. Sporty Otter says, what haven't you played tonight yet? I don't know. Going up the country? I don't know the words for that one. Let me think here. Rip Couch says, you mean Bulldoze Blues? She says, yeah. Rip says, same whistle melody. Shovel says, there's a link to the PRS way back in the chat. I don't know. Let me ask my ancient Mesozoic fucking Ammonite here for some wisdom here, some ancient Mesozoic wisdom. What do you think there? I think you should play some old Robert Johnson stuff. Okay, shit, we'll do that. Kitten says Into Pines. Okay, yeah. What does the fucking Ammonite say here? I think Into Pines is a really good song with my ancient Mesozoic wisdom. All right. We'll do that on the 12-string guitar. Got to retune it. Not too bad there. Fuck it. Well, gotta tune it like a bit. Got a tuner here. Let's sit here for 2 hours and tune this fucking 12 string. It was flat. Okay. Might take a while. Pretty close. All right. Into Pines.
and we shivered when the cold wind blew. The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. My captain for the time of day, he said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie, I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
What'd you think of that, Mr. Ammonite?
I think that was very cool. I'm glad you played that, man. All right.
Okay. Yak Fishing says, LOL, thanks, Murray. I'm a collector. Just wanted to see what it was all about. Kitten says, the color is sweet. It's a cheap guitar there, like $250, like something like that. Martian Murray says, I want to learn to do this song in the Nirvana style. That's the same chords like as Nirvana, just different lyrics. Shovel says, Ed plays like he got some black in him. I wish I did. Yak Fishing says, tonight he's playing like he's got some stout in him. Yeah, got some stout in me. Shovel says, that's a compliment. Dennis Troy says, Captain Ed. Kitten says, old soul. Jody says, great, appreciate y'all. Shovel says, yak. Dennis Troy says, weeping and moaning. Dennis Troy says, cool. Kitten says, 2 eyes and a pine tree. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing there? Hello from South Carolina. Hit my fucking AC for a second. Shovel says, Kitten says, 2 eyes and a pine tree. Dennis Troy says, roll him if you got him. Yeah, smoke up, y'all. Kitten says, Meowdy Stein. Dennis Troy says, smoke 'em. Might get off of here like pretty soon. Like, been on here a long time. Had fucking so much beer and whiskey, like I'm like talking to my fucking necklace and stuff. So, see, M Pank says, watching from Hong Kong. Appreciate the lead belly. Cool, man. Yeah, glad you enjoy it. Yak Fishing says, best song Ed does is Dimples. Wonder if he knows Tumbling Dice or Honky Tonk Woman. Mike can do some Dimples in a second. All right. Smoke this cigarette. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, folks. Send me some comments. It's doing my 42nd birthday stream. You know, getting old. Same age that fucking Elvis was when he died. So I'm going to try to outlive him and stuff like that. Dennis Troy says, happy birthday. Appreciate that, man. Kitten says, have fun with emojis. Fucking Ammonites talking to me again. Hey, Ed, why don't you take a shot of liquor, man? Here's some whiskey, man. All right, we'll do that. Alan Thomas says, your blue-eyed soul holds its own. I appreciate that very much. Let's do a shot of whiskey here. We got Gentleman Jack Off, the good Jack Daniels, and we got some goddamn corn liquor from Tennessee here, some Sugarland Shine from Gatlinburg. Y'all tell me which one, corn or Jack. Sporty says, cheers. Martian Murray says, I'll have a beer with your shot. All right. Rip Couch says, seen Sinners, Ed? I haven't seen that movie. Martian says, cheers. Rip Couch Film says, I feel like the movie might be responsible for a few people rediscovering blues again. Never seen that movie. Have to watch it. Martian Murray says, corn. 2 votes for corn. Alan says, Rip Couch Films. Sporty says, there's corn with a K here in Germany too. That's a terrible band, by the way. Alan Thomas says corn. Yak says, Ed, I like your history lessons, bro. I learned a lot from those. I appreciate that, man. I hope you learned some from me. Jody says, you ever play a Jimmy Star Spangled Banner? If I had a guitar with a whammy bar on it, I'd do it. But shit, I can probably do like a half-assed version of it on the fucking Les Paul. Sporty says, beloved by the folks gathering on park benches at noon. Smoke this cigarette, I'll play one. Rip says, just came out. It's about 2 brothers in Clarksdale that opened up a juke joint. Some stuff goes down, but it's heavily about the blues. Sporty says, corn is really cheap and comes in tiny bottles they can hide. So, like corn with a K is like a kind of a bootleg whiskey in Germany. Didn't know that. Jody says, do it. All right, we'll do it. Yak says, I wish old Ron was here. Not like him to miss a night like this. Yeah, he must still be on that fishing trip or something. Yak says, oh, the corn always, bro. Okay, corn. Votes for corn. All right. We'll play the Star Spangled Banner, and we'll drink some corn. Sporty says, yeah, corn with a K is a clear, cheap, shite liquor. Okay, damn. Didn't know that. Just thought it was a terrible band. Kitten says corn. Jody sends me a emoji with heart eyes. All right. Let's do the Star Spangled Banner and drink some corn. Might fuck it up. Dennis says, Foxy, all right.
Foxy. And you know you're cute little love maker, Foxy. Gonna take you home now. I won't do you no harm, no. You got to be all mine, Foxy lady. Foxy. Made up my mind. Tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. Take you home, yeah. I won't do you no harm, no. You got to be all mine, all mine. Here I come, baby. I'm coming up. Fuck you, Foxy lady, yeah. You look so good. Lady, yeah.
Foxy Lady by Jimi Hendrix. All right. Dennis Troy says, sweet, appreciate that. Martian Murray says, shit, ow. Kitten says, June 5th was National Moonshine Day. Didn't know that. Sporty says, waves a sparkler. Frank Morgendorfer says, cool visuals. The hat, the shirt, the guitar, all complimentary. Dennis Troy says, oh yeah. Sporty says, throwing virtual roses at head. Cool, cool. She says, virtual roses, my next virtual band. Who wants to join? I'll join it. Okay, so I believe Corn Liquor won the votes last time. So, yeah, take a shot of corn liquor, and I'll probably get off of here. The Kitten throws me some roses. Alan Thomas throws me some flowers there. All right. Here we go. Corn liquor. Where's that top? Okay. Kitten says, pick me, Sporty. Jody sends me some birthday presents and a balloon there. Appreciate that. Glad y'all showed up here on my birthday, my 42nd birthday. Sporty Otter says, sure, Kitten. All right. L'chaim, Prost, Salud, cheers, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some corn liquor. Got to make the corn liquor face. Alan Thomas says, you were on fire. Appreciate that. Sporty says, best wishes for the next year of blue fun with y'all. Kitten says, I play yarn. You're a knitter, I guess. Sporty Otter says, thanks to the birthday blues boy. Might like kill this beer and probably, sign off. Sporty says, we'll turn Ron into a liberal yet. He didn't show up tonight. He like made one comment last show and said, I'm going on a fishing trip. Must still be on that fishing trip. Sporty says, ducks and runs till the next show. Yak Fishing says, sign off. Nobody likes a quitter, Ed. Shit. Don't hear like 5 or 6 hours or something. Just gonna drink this Guinness here and probably sign off. Still got half the bottle. So Jody says, you do Freebird before you sleep? No, I'm retired from Leonard Skinner, unfortunately. Thomas Newberry says, peace out, people. All right, you have a good one, man. Dennis Troy says, zip. Yak says, later, Thomas. Jody says, LOL, okay. Maybe 3:30. We'll go till 3:30. Alan says, see you, Newberry. Got a 42-year-old man sitting here celebrating his own birthday, getting fucked up as hell. Stein Eric Volstad says, lovely show. I appreciate that, man, very much. Thank you, man. Yeah, 3:30, quitting time. Yak says, did the wife even call you yet? Yeah, every day. Yeah, I talk to her every day. She's got like a Chinese, fucking chat program she calls me on. Shovel says, play Stairway to Freebird. Good one. Yak says, oh, cool. Kitten says, start next year's birthday on June 5th on National Moonshine Day and roll it right into the June 6th. Yeah, I'll try that. All right. Ed Phillips is in his fucking 40s. What the fuck happened to him? Yeah. Fucking hair's turning gray. Hell. Martian Murray says, thank you. I probably wouldn't have even looked at that guitar if you hadn't been on. Looked like a good guitar. Basically, like a PRS is like an improved Les Paul, like kinda. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. About 15 minutes left. Y'all just, tell me what y'all feeling here. $45 people in the chat. Y'all don't be scared to leave a comment. I ain't gonna bite. Yak Fishing says a PRS kisses off Gibson because they can't get the finish work the PRS gets. Yeah. Fucking Gibson's kind of lax these days, like on quality control and stuff. Rosa Falls says Dolly Parton. I know the music to Jolene, but not the words. Backed the girl up one time on that. Alan Thomas says, I've only peaked at PRS. Good guitars. I got one. Martian Murray says, I'm going to have fun at my drum lesson in the morning. I should probably take some drum lessons. Rip says, Roberta. Kitten says, you do old Slewfoot, bluegrass tune. Jim and Jesse did that. Words, lyrics. Big around the middle, and he's brought across the rump, running 90 miles an hour, taking 30 feet to jump. Never been caught, he ain't never been clean. Old Slewfoot, words. Alan Thomas says, have to see... what is it? Z-Sounds and AM. Z-Sounds, like it has some good fucking deals, like on stuff like you can fucking make payments on them and stuff. Dennis Troy says 44 watching, 83 thumbs up. Sebastian says, hey brother, how about a run through a Preaching Blues? I've been working on that. Okay, I don't know Preaching Blues like all the way through. I'll do the lyric for you. Not the lyric, the fucking riff. Yeah. Talking about like Robert Johnson's version. Rosa Falls says, when you're 20, where did you think you'd be at 42? I thought I'd be dead. I'm alive. So, all right. Shit. Don't know it all. But yeah, you know, Preaching Blues by Robert Johnson. Don't know the words. Rosa Falls says, read that. Ellen says, exactly what I used to, exactly why I use them. Yak Fishing says, man, I always got to log off the video and back to see the current live numbers, current like numbers. Hate that. Don't know why that is either. YouTube bullshit. Dennis Troy says, long live Ed. Appreciate that, man. Alan Thomas says, Martian Murray, love them. Going to give their sister store, American Music Supply, a shot. Yak says, anybody have the Wampler Clarksdale pedal or the two fuzz face pedals by True J? I got a fuzz face, two of them actually, just the old, you know, the regular ones. Sebastian says, almost got it, thanks man. The lyrics are all over the place on that one. Yeah, gotta learn the words. Yeah, probably do a video on it. Rip Couch says, Roberta by Fury Lewis. Don't know that one. Try to kill this fucking Guinness here. Kitten says, Never been caught. He's never been treed. Some folks say he looks a lot like me. It's an old bluegrass song, Old Slewfoot by the Bear. Yeah. Jody says, you do some Doors? People Are Strange? Fuck, I wish I could play that one. Yak says, how did Rip Couch Films' name come to be? Yeah, I need to go to a bluegrass festival with Kitten, like she knows her bluegrass shit. Talk about some old Jim and Jesse stuff. I saw Jim and Jesse one time, like they had like their fucking like little pompadour hair like glued in place, like not one hair out of place. Rip says, long story. That's unfortunately pretty boring. Yeah, like if you're like kind of into bluegrass, like look up Jim and Jesse. Look at that hair, like just glued into place, like perfect fucking pompadour, like, you know. Yak says, oh cool, film school would be fun. Rip says, from film school. Stein Eric Volstad says, do you collect vinyl LPs? Yeah, got a bunch of vinyls down here, like right below my desk. What is this? It's a random one. Here's some Van Halen Diver Down. What is this? Ted Nugent looking sexy right there in the loincloth. There's a Roger Daltrey. It's fucking Hank Jr. Yeah. Got a bunch of vinyls down here, like right below me. What we got here on top? Dark Side. Oh, shit. Yeah. The greatest album of all time. You know, Sgt. Pepper by the Beatles. The greatest piece of music ever made. The greatest piece of art ever made. Yeah. And some Thick as a Brick by Jethro Tull. Yeah. A lot of vinyls down here. Yak says, everybody seems to not like Diver Down. I think it's a great album. It was a good album. Yeah. Great album. Good guitar playing on there, like Cathedral and all that stuff. Little guitars. Yak says, I got Exile. Do not have no Exile. Nah. Frank says, got any The Fall from Manchester? Nah, only Manchester band I like is probably Oasis. Like, wasn't big on the fucking Smiths and stuff. Jody says, a Muddy Waters hoochie? I've got a Muddy Waters picture disc. Right there it is. Yeah. Right there's some Muddy Waters. Kitten says, get you some glue and learn Slewfoot. Some glue and learn Slewfoot. Okay, yeah, might sniff some glue and try to learn Slewfoot. Oh, okay. Bluegrass ain't really like glue sniffing music. It's more like punk and stuff. Yak says, no Exile on Main Street. Damn it. Okay, Rolling Stones. Okay, don't have that. Yeah. So random. Let's grab some random records and see what they are. That's what I just had. Okay. What is this here? Random shit. Okay. Bill Monroe, the father of bluegrass music, one of my heroes. What's this? The Carter family, the founders of country music. More Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses. We got Black Oak, Arkansas, live. With the thimbles on his fingers, he's playing the fucking washboard. Paul McCartney, aka God, about 1980 something, Tug of War. Well, let's see here. More Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. Let's see. Yak says no XL on Main Street. He says somewhere I have an original Elvis Blue Hawaii. That's a good movie. I got a few Elvis records down there. Rat and Roll says, do you have the King of the Hill theme song? Do you know the King of the Hill theme song? I can try it. Let me try it. Probably fuck it up. Got to figure it out. Yeah, don't know it. Sorry. Next time, I guess. Nah. Sorry. Yep, almost 3:30. You know, sitting here bullshitting, stuttering, drinking. Alan Thomas says couch sticky, yes sir, let it bleed. I heard Let It Bleed like a month or two ago, like about a month ago. I was forced to listen to it by a friend of mine, the mom of Sebastian Halfpenny. Very good record, yeah. Jody says, "Oh, you play music? You about to leave?" Yak Fishing says, "Yeah, I'm a Stones guy, ripped. Used to really hate them bad. Hated Laptop bad too. Then one day I just switched." Kitten says, "No, it's for your hair." Yak says, "Hated Clapton, damn autocorrect. Clapton's good, like back in the 60s. You know, Cream." Kitten says, "Hair glue, Slewfoot." Jody says, "So you love Paul? You play his songs?" Yes, I fucking love Paul McCartney, like especially in the Beatle days. Jody says, "Clapton, good." Martian Murray says, "Close." Yak says, "Green Jello, 3 little pigs." Shovel says, "Turn out the lights, the party's over." Kitten says, "Grand Funk Railroad, I'm your captain." Just grab some random records. Let's see what I got here. Just kind of show them off. Oop, oop, oop. Wait a minute. There's Bill Monroe and his son. Good old bluegrass shit. Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. What is this? Civil War from the South, hey, you know. Free with Paul Rogers. All right now, baby, you know. Hey, there's a good record there. Fucking Van Halen 1. That's a good album there. Sibelius, some classical stuff from Finland. That's a great record there. Jim Reeves, country. Steppenwolf. Let's see. That's for ladies only. And okay. I don't know if YouTube will fuck me over for showing you this. That car right there. But fucking Holy Diver by Dio. Good old metal record.
Holy Diver!
More Bill Monroe. Bluegrass music. And John fucking Lennon with Yoko back here in the background. That's a jealous guy. Or Mind Games. Yeah. Sorry. Martian Murray says, let me see. Dennis Troy says GFR. Shovel says had the Free album. Dennis Troy says all right now. And Rat and Roll says do you have Quiet Riot and Mental Health? I had a tape of that when I was a kid. Yeah, a cassette tape. Yak Fishing says VH1 badass. Van Halen 1. Rat and Roll says I have a Leonard Skinner album with a rebel flag on it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it with them. Yeah. One more cigarette, and we're gonna get off of here. Stein Eric Volstad says I never get tired of looking at LP covers. LP covers. Yeah, I mean it's like cool back in the day, like the LP like gave you a full experience, like the art and the record and all that stuff, the ritual of putting the record on the turntable. Martian Murray says I need to smoke too. Shevel says I have a Leonard Skinner album with a reefer leaf on it. Yak Fishing says what's your favorite album ever, guys? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. Yak says, mine is Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Sgt. fucking Pepper. In fact, maybe my fucking top 5 albums, probably Beatles records. Rat and Roll says Brad Gillis is badass. Shovel says Pink Floyd, Animals. Best Pink Floyd album for me, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Rip says White Album, very good record there. Yeah, White Album by the Beatles.
Say it's your birthday! Happy birthday to you!
Yak says hell yes, he is rock. Jake E. Lee is ruthless too. Alan Thomas says, shovel nice. Dennis says, happy birthday. Appreciate that very much, man. Dennis Troy says, too yay. Jody says, I sent you that song, but thank you very much for that. Alan Thomas says, favorite Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, got my copy. Shovel says, Joe Pass, virtuosos, close to second. Yeah, Joe Pass, very good jazz guitar player. Rat and Roll says, he did a good job learning Randy's style quickly. I did see fucking old Zach Wilde the other day. Like he did some pretty good Aussie stuff. Saw him with Pantera. Yak Fishing says, what album was it where Steve Tyler sung Happy Birthday to Tommy Hamilton? I'm not sure. Stein Eric Volstad says, happy birthday from Norway. Well, thank you very much from South Carolina. Alan Thomas says, Piper is excellent. Yeah, good old Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Fucking Sid Barrett. Rat and Roll says, at the moment, my favorite record is a Boston debut album. I got it somewhere, like down at the house, I think. Yeah, old Boston, yeah. That, you know, I'm not a big Boston listener, but the guy who did that stuff, like who fucking like made the band and like recorded that stuff, like, that guy was a fucking genius. Can't remember his name. Frank says, been a fun birthday session, Ed. Thanks for playing well as always, Ed. Appreciate that very much, man. So Tom Schultz. Okay. Tom Schultz, the guy who did Boston, recorded in his basement. Shovel says, I've had Boston on LP, cassette, and CD. I got an LP of Boston. That guy was like a fucking like brilliant sound engineer, like brilliant producer, good player. Some more random records. Pull some random records out of here. See what I got here. John Sebastian, old hippie music, like Lovin' Spoonful guy. Another Paul McCartney record, Interview. More Paul McCartney, Wings. See, Burl Lives, you know, the fucking snowman on the Rudolph movie. Shovel says, especially in 77, Rat and Roll says he studied mechanical engineering at MIT. That guy was fucking smart. Kitten says, 77, a very good year. Right, yeah. My dad bought that guitar back there, that Les Paul. All right, done with the beer here. Shovel says, I have a holly jolly Christmas. Burl Lives it. Yeah. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Kind of folk guy, like he played a 12 string. Sebastian says, I remember you showing the Dirty Deeds vinyl. Any other AC/DC in your collection? I believe the only vinyl I got is Dirty Deeds. Yeah, somewhere down there. Shit. Ripped says, happy birthday, man. Hope you have a good one. Great playing as always. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much. But yeah, probably gonna wind it down here. Rat and Roll says, any Stevie Ray Vaughan? Not on vinyl. Wish I did have some. Yak Fishing says, my understanding is David Schultz lied to the band that what was taking so long for the album to come out. Shovel says, Power Age, Highway, not on vinyl. Some AC/DC records. Pull out a couple of more randos here. What we got here? Oh yeah, bounce, bounce. Shit, dropping stuff. Got a Jethro Tull tour program about I think 1975 or so, 1976. What record? Child, but 74 probably. 74, 75. Japanese classical music. Dean Martin. There's some Lightning Hopkins right there, some blues music. With like a Neumann, probably Neumann mic. Some Bach here, some Bach organ works. It was that Ferlin Husky, some country music. We got more Dean Martin, great guy there. Jim Reeves, I believe. Yeah. Oh, this is a good record right here. Fucking Iron Butterfly, heavy. Brilliant fucking album, like a good psychedelic record. We got, let's see what we got here. Newport, Dave Brubeck Quartet, and jazz stuff. Got some Dixieland jazz here, strictly from Dixie. What is this? Medieval Christmas stuff. That's some cool stuff. All kind of stuff, you know. Bill Monroe, my hero right there. Country Music Hall of Fame. And Nat King Cole. Some old, 40s, 50s pop music, like kind of jazzy stuff. And an old set list here. But anyway, Shovel says, I want to borrow your albums and make some cassettes. Rat and Roll says, what record player do you use? It's called an Ion. Like a cheap record player, got like a USB on it, but I use the fucking RCA jacks on there. Dennis Troy says, everybody loves somebody. Dean Martin, yeah. Dennis Troy says, Inagata Davida. Talking about some damn old Iron Butterfly. Shovel says, I don't think I ever listened to Heavy. What's on it? So, no hits, but a good record. Yak Fishing says the 84 likes it. Cool. All right. Well, let's fucking do the outro for the show. Yeah, cut the background music of Yak Fishing says a buddy collects tube stereo. Wow, the difference. Probably is one difference, yeah. All right. See y'all next week, like Wednesday, or this week, I guess. Same bat time, same bat station. Rat and Roll says, Wednesday, can you play some originals? I'll do that. All right, and learn some. Yak says, laughing my ass off. Well, thank you, Ed. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you for spending time with us. Kitten says, good night, Ed. Thanks for the show. Appreciate y'all. Jody says, night. Good show. Sorry, I'm kind of poor. Would love to tip you. All right, that's all right, man. You know, you have a good one, Jody. Sebastian says, all right, brother. Happy birthday, man. Great show. Appreciate it. Kitten says, same bat channel. Shovel says, take good care, amigos. Buenos aloas. We're going 10-7. Yak Fishing says, good night, folks. Let Arts Live says, you have a good night. Rat and Roll says, happy birthday, Ed. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much. I believe I'll end it right here. See y'all like next time, Wednesday, same bat time, same bat station, 8 p.m., Eastern Standard Time. Kitten sends me some balloons. Thank you very much for that. All right, bye-bye, y'all.